All right. We're back. Back with some more EVE Online. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Today... No walk on today, that's right. We still have a lot of work to do. I still have a lot of work to do on that scene. The lighting needs a lot of work, and so does the sound. So we'll take some time, and we'll get our walk-ons back going again in the future. But for now, we're just gonna jump right on in. Jump right on. We got Cosme, you have to let me know what you think. I made a little mini scene here the other day on our third camera over there. I don't know if that looks maybe that looks okay. Kind of have the other side camera there for us, so you can kind of see both the gameplay and the main camera here, and also that one over there. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I think it looks okay. A double view, that's right, double view. Probably just end up hiding that one for now. We're just hanging out in this C3 really quick, scanning down some stuff. We're logged in on EVE Online. Not so much because we're going to be playing a lot of EVE Online today. We're going to be working on EVE Online stuff. But we're not going to be doing a lot of playing EVE Online. I just logged in case I need to do something like get screen captures, pictures, and that kind of stuff. Because we're going to be working on our FanFest presentation tonight. Finalizing it, getting it ready to go. Tonight and tomorrow, we're going to be finishing up the FanFest presentation because CCP would like to have it in hand on Monday so they can review it and provide feedback and make any last changes and stuff like that. Nosy, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in. As we were just saying, we're going to be working on our FanFest presentation today. Trying to finalize that up so I can turn it in, can turn my homework into CCP really on Sundays when I need to send it off. So I thought it would be fun to work on it together with you guys. So you can kind of get a look ahead as kind of what we're working on, as well as provide some thoughts and feedback, stuff like that, especially since most of you guys have been here with us since the very, very beginning. And that is what our presentation is about. It's about what is EVE Online in 2024? What does it mean to play EVE Online in 2024? Like, what is it like to be a new player to EVE Online, joining an MMO that is, 21 years old now, which is kind of a rare thing. I think it's one of the things that definitely turned me away from the game when over the many years of wanting to play EVE Online, and kind of made it tough to get started because you look at a game, and MMOs especially, that are established and have been going for a really long time, and every single year there's new content added, and it builds up and it becomes overwhelming. There's just so much that gets to the point where, like, do I really want to try to jump into an MMO that's 21 years old and I have no idea what's going on? Glad we did, though. So that's kind of what our presentation is going to be about. What is EVE Online? What is it like to join EVE Online in 2024, I guess, /2025. Focusing obviously on 24 because that's when we joined. So, but before we do that, we're just gonna see what's going on in this wormhole. Might be fun if we were able to do a little bit of PvP or PvE while we're kind of working on that stuff too. You know what I mean? Didn't even know about the game until... Yeah, exactly. Right, Nosy? I mean, like, I've been wanting to play EVE Online since it came out. Like, I was following it pretty closely when it released. But we never got started. And then, after a while, you look at the game again, and you're like, man, I really want to play EVE Online. It's still going, but it's a 10-year-old game. Do I really want to jump into a 10-year-old game and have to deal with 10 years of content, and also all the other players are all established and they got all their stuff and their corporations and everything? Do I really want to try to handle 10 years of catching up. You're like, no, I guess I'll put it off. And then, you know, 5 more years go by, and you're like, oh, man, Eve's still going. It looks so cool. It looks so interesting. I wish I had played it. I wish I had jumped in 10 years ago. I wish I had jumped in 5 years ago. And that kept on going on until finally we're just like, nah, we just are going to go give it a shot. Why not? I'm glad we did. So I'll show you guys a presentation that's as we've got thus far. Most of my time until now I've spent gathering pictures and my thoughts and ideas and jotting them all down, kind of really dialing in on what are the talking points, what exactly do we want to discuss in the 30 minutes that we have. And then I also have made a video that I'm hoping I can play at the end of the presentation that kind of sums up kind of how kind of the feeling of EVE Online for me as a new player and why I have continued to come back to the game. It uniquely has got its hooks in like very few other games have ever done. Most of the time when I'm playing video games, I get to a point where I'm like, yep, I feel like I have accomplished most things, if not everything. And then we move on. But not with EVE Online. I keep getting kind of pulled back in. And there's a couple of reasons for that. But I think there's one main reason for that. And I think it's because of the people that are in the EVE community. More so than the game itself, to be honest. There's a lot of things in this game. If I was just focusing on what there is to do in the game, like escalations or, you know, I don't know, security missions, Homefront, Abyssal, Dead Space. Like, if I just focus on those, like, things that you do, I would have gotten bored a long time ago, I think, and ultimately would probably not be playing as much as we are right now. But the people in the game, the community of the game, really, I think, is what keeps me coming. That and the fact that you can create your own content so easily. And there are people who are willing to share those experiences with you. That's what I think is important. Lots more articulation required to express those ideas, obviously. But all stuff to work on still. So we'll go through that tonight a little bit too. Should be fun.
Warp drive active.
NPN. Must be where we're warping to. I have been in this wormhole. Oh god, accidentally. I've been in this wormhole for a few days now, and this has to be one of the most dead-end wormholes that I have found. It's got a high-sec static, but boy, it has just not had anything show up in, like, days. I mean, not a soul have I seen come through this wormhole. And it was like, there was a high-sec connection last night that was like 3 jumps from Jita. It was crazy. Nobody wanted to hang out. And that was it. It was just the high sec. So I did a little bit of ratting last night and got a little bit of blue loot while I was working on the presentation. Because it was just like, I mean, too easy. And the way our Tengu's fit now, too. Like, I mean, oh, there's somebody else here. Speak of the devil. Okay. A Loki. No less. Interesting. Oh, there's a C3 connection here, too. That's nice. A Loki. That's fun. Dissection. Wonder where they came from. C5, probably? Let's take a look.
Warp
Maybe this is a wormhole, too. There should be a high-sec static here somewhere. This has got to be the high-sec static. They've got Sister's core scanners out. Loki versus Tengu? It depends on how they've got their Loki fit. You know what I mean? Totally depends on what they've got their Loki fit for, what kind of ammo they got. I would say it's an even match. It all comes down to who has the initiative in that case. You know, who's got the advantage. Based off of having yourself in the right position at the start of the fight. But man, it really comes down to fit. Like, I've had good fights with Lokis. And beat him okay. And then I've had other fights where I've just been completely rolled by Lokis before. The Loki, this guy down here, what is the blue, that guy? That is a pulsar effect. So that gives us in this case in a C3, gives us a 58% bonus to shield hit points and a 29% reduction in capacitor recharge time. And then there's also a 58% bonus to Nosferatus and neutralizers. So yeah, it's one of the cool wormhole effects that we have in here. So here's a high-sec connection. So that would give us likely a bit of an advantage. I mean, Lokis are shield fit a lot of the time too, though. So maybe not. High-sec. Oh no. So where is this Loki? I wonder where they came from. High-sec. They didn't come from the C3 because I was sitting on the C3 pretty much when they came through. So the C6 or the C5 or the high-sec connection. Little cloaked up Loki in here somewhere. They could have also come out of the Fortizar and the Tatara, I guess. Let's go check out the Fortizar. See if there's anybody docked up. Dude, wormholes where it's at, Nosy. Gotta jump on in. Go and have yourself an adventure. I just love that. Love not having local. That's where it's all. That's where it's at, in my opinion. That one little difference between K space and J space, the lack of local, makes it so much fun. Been a couple nights, didn't last long. Ah, that's okay, dude. I gotta finish my wormhole survival guide. Need to keep editing that down. I need to get it down. I want to get it down to sub 3 hours if I can, but it's at like around 4 hours, edited down from 8 hours. So it's got a lot of work to do still. Still a lot of work to do to edit that down as much as we really need. That Fortizar, yeah, someone's got a big fancy Fortizar in here. And then there's this little Tatara they got as well. There's nobody docked in either of them, so who knows where that Loki came from? Let's go back to the C5 and see if they're around. I imagine they're hunters, probably. They're probably hunting. Like we are. Oh, they still got their scanner probes out. Okay. So we'll see what they get up to. I'm gonna bet on the C5. Very few people live in C6s, and those that do tend to fly pretty fancy ships. Now, if they're on a little roam, into this little C3 connection. The Loki would be a good one for it. But anyway, we're all set up here. So I think it's time to start working on our presentation. We had caught that Loki on the way inbound here when we didn't have our combat probes out. I'd probably be a little bit more interested in trying to hunt them than I am right now. But as it stands right now, let's get ourselves like centered up on this Blood Raider site. As it stands right now, I mean, they know that we're in here. We know they're in here. The chances of us catching this Loki unaware and with advantage are pretty low unless they really just want to fight. In which case, usually where there's one Loki, there are many. And people have backup and all that kind of stuff, so. We'll see if we can, we'll just hang out next to this little data site here. That way we can see everything that is in the wormhole on D-scan. We've got complete coverage. We'll just chill here for a little while. Oh, there's a Loki somewhere. Where are you? Let's see, not range. I want to keep that up. Dissection. Let's hit these wormholes really quick. Maybe in a safe. They were either in a safe or they were uncloaking as they went through a hole, potentially. May have gone through one of the wormholes. It's hard to say which direction they were at. What's this? NPN, that's the C3, right? Let's go hit that C3 up. We'll just orbit around that. Otherwise, I'll come back to this data site and we'll just hang there because it's right smack in the center of the system. Plus, who knows, maybe in the future we'll be able to catch a little explorer or something like that flying around. So that C3 is getting a little wobbly. Yeah, we'll just hang out here for now.
Warp drive active.
I would love to fight a Loki, man. It always sucks when somebody flies in right as you're in the middle of scanning. You miss the opportunity. Oh well. Maybe they'll get brave and they'll enjoy some of these rat sites, because these are some really nice little C3 rat sites in here. A bunch of fortification frontier strongholds, which are super easy, really easy. Okay, well, we're set up here. We're chilling. I'm gonna go ahead and set ourselves up on a nice wide orbit here off these cans that we can jump to in case somebody wanders in later. We'll check in as we go. But for now, let's go ahead and we'll jump over here. Okay, so we need to make, what I need to do is get a new presentation going that we can take all of these ideas from and copy over to. I need a good design, a good PowerPoint design with a good theme that looks nice and isn't just, white background and stuff like this. So, but here's all of our ideas. So we've got our intro, posing the question to the audience, what is EVE Online? All the different answers you hear out there. The common one being that it's spreadsheets in space, which I think is a huge misnomer. I kind of want to talk about that during the presentation of like, dude, it's not like saying EVE Online is spreadsheets in space is funny. And it kind of is spreadsheets in space in some regard. But I feel like that really turns people off from jumping into the game, and it makes it seem like it is. There's like way less gameplay, way less interaction, way less stuff that you're doing in the simulation than is true. Really, EVE Online is, you know, spreadsheets in space, just for what you need. Was in the beginning. I guess it kind of was. I suppose it kind of was. It certainly is not the case in 2024, though, or 2025, right? It's not the case now. And that's kind of what my presentation is about. Like, what is EVE Online now as a new player jumping in? Not what did it used to be. And I don't know. I don't really know what it was because I never jumped in. I only know what it is. So we're going to be talking about that. We obviously have to talk about the streamer caveat. Because I think that my experience as a streamer for this game is going to be very different from people who jump into EVE Online and are not instantly connected to the Twitch community, which, as we know, is spectacular and very, very good, very welcoming, very humble, very educational. They're willing to teach you how to play the game. I think that jumping in with nobody at all and trying to find a corporation alone would be challenging for sure. So we'll have to make sure we cover that caveat. Yeah, some crazy stories, right? I have a friend who I didn't know played EVE Online until I started playing EVE Online. And then they found out that I was playing EVE Online, and they were like, I play EVE Online. And I was like, man, you should have told me that. I would have jumped in a lot earlier. But they had some cool stories from the past, too. So we're going to talk about what is EVE Online. And the way I want to talk about what is EVE Online, for me anyway, what is my new player experience like in EVE Online, is I think I would like to just kind of tell some of the stories from last year that really stand out in my mind as special. Like, when I think about what EVE Online is, I find it very challenging to articulate succinctly what is EVE Online. And so what I do is I tell stories. I tell stories about the things that happened to me that have stood out. And so we're going to go through, 20 minutes of storytelling, basically, of our experience in EVE Online and kind of how that's been going. So, oh, shit. Autonomous Donk, what is going on? Blue Gray's here as well. Huge shout out to Autonomous Donk. Another wonderful streamer straight out of Australia, I do believe. Nice to see you, Blue Gray. Nice to see you as well. Thank you, Cosm. Nosy, I think you're obviously following Autonomous. If not, please go do so. Another wonderful EVE Online streamer. We get to catch them in other people's streams every now and then. We were hanging out in Joe Lost stream the past couple of nights. Love that stream too. For their Thursday stream. So welcome everybody. Welcome. Blushing. Oh man. You don't need to blush, Autonomous. As an amazing, wonderful content creator and streamer, you're an alien. We here tonight we're working on our FanFest presentation, and also kind of hunting in a little C3 wormhole that we're in here, but mainly working our presentation because I need to get this to CCP by Sunday, and I need to finalize our slides over here, finalize the video that I've been working on a little bit. So I would really love your guys' feedback and help and kind of making our little presentation for FanFest be the best that it can. So I'm just kind of going through the outline of everything that I want to talk about. And then I've also got, I've got some of the stories I think we could talk about. Sort of like the very first day. I was watching my old VODs of day 1 and day 2 in EVE Online. We've got our playtime on here. I'll probably get an updated time. I think we're over 1,800 hours in the game now. Which that data is a little bit skewed because it's just what Steam says. And that's based off of the Eve launcher client being open, not necessarily the Eve clients themselves being open. And there's no way, apparently, to tell how long you've played the game in-game. So this is the best we have. So that's going to be a little bit bloated, but still a lot of hours. And then I've got some pictures for other things, like, you know, down the rabbit hole, and the first message I got from a GM in-game. By the way, I have a question for you guys. The worst you can do will be good. Well, thank you, Blue Gray. I have a question for all of you guys. When you first started, it wouldn't be Eve without a PowerPoint. That's right, or a spreadsheet. I need to get a clip of my first spreadsheet that I made for Eve Online. Case in point to what we were talking about earlier with Nosy. My question for you all is: when you guys first started playing the game, did you get a DM from one of the CCP GMs? Kind of asking how the new player experience was and if you had any questions. And I also got mail and also gifts from a GM. And I don't know if that's a unique experience or if that is completely standard, but it blew me away. I thought it was awesome. Did not. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So maybe that's a newer thing that they're doing potentially. That might be something to talk about then, as, you know, a new player in EVE Online. Because Autonomous, how long have you been playing for? You've been playing for some time, right? I mean, I think it was the very first day that we were playing. We had just got through the tutorial, and GM Chronos sent me a message and was like, hey, welcome to EVE Online. Just checking in to see how your experience has been so far. If you have any questions on tutorials, I recommend you did the tutorial in this order. And then after that's done, I recommend you go do the Sisters of Eve quest. And then they sent us a mail. It's like, here's a whole bunch of gifts and everything. And I thought they were a bot at first, like an AI. And then I was like, are you a real person? And they were like, yes. I was like, oh my God. So I haven't had that kind of welcome from a GM in an MMO since playing like EverQuest. And even then, I don't know if like there were no GMs out there welcoming people individually, but you did get to interact with them every now and then, and it was kind of special to see a GM in game. So that really kind of blew me away. I don't know if that's a new thing or not, but anyway, if it sounds like it doesn't happen to everybody, so that is interesting. It should, because it's spectacular. It gave me the impression, I felt like I must be the first new player in EVE Online in like 10 years. Like I got that general impression that like suddenly there was like blood in the water, like new bro blood in the water, and it was almost like everybody in the game somehow knew that there was a new player in the game. I mean, but the very first time I undocked from a station, somebody was shooting off fireworks at my ship. I think it was one of the two people that were on stream with me at the time, and they like had a ship there waiting and were shooting off fireworks when I undocked. It was crazy. So whoever was flying their ship named Caldari Suprema in a Condor, that was awesome. That was spectacular. I haven't been able to figure out exactly who the pilot was, even going off of the names of the people who were in the stream at the time. Yeah, it was crazy, Blue Gray. It was like this insane welcome to a game like I've never experienced before. Anyway, so we got some pictures of that. And then I've got pictures of all the ships that I've been progressing through and some goals. And I was just going to show a little thing because I find that the ships in the game are something that is very special for me as a new player. They are things that you can set as goals to work towards. And when you first start playing the game, you think bigger ship, better, right? And like logically in 2024 and with the history of MMOs and other games, you think, hey, let's go from this small ship that I'm in now, and I eventually want to get to the biggest ship at the end of the ship tree. And what I learned is that that's obviously, as you guys all know, not how EVE Online works, which is amazing. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit. And then I've got some other stories, like the first time I got killed by a battle venture. Well, the first, and so far, knock on wood, the only time I've been killed by a battle venture, by Captain Ahab. That story just always blows me away, so we're going to tell that story. The first undock with the fireworks that we're talking about. The Grand Tour of New Eden. That was an amazing experience for us. I might talk about the first time we saw time dilation, just briefly. The first time we went into J-Space, and we're addicted to J-Space ever since then. The PvP tournament that we ran. The 24-hour charity stream that we did, which was just unbelievably awesome. Probably talk about some of the duels we've had against other people and other streamers and stuff, which is pretty cool. Moving to Thera, that was a huge project for us. And then eventually moving out of Thera and becoming a nomad, that has been a gigantic project. I mean, we started that effort like a couple of weeks into playing the game, and we didn't actually realize true nomad lifestyle for 4 or 5 months after starting the game. The Book of Bob that we're making, and the Freeport project, and the Children of the Chain. Maybe that's kind of where we'll end it for our stories. I don't know exactly how much time all this will take. I think we're gonna have to do a couple of practices to see how much time it's all going to take, but some of it'll be... I tend to improvise a lot when I give speeches and talk in front of people, so I have to kind of play it by ear a little bit. I don't like scripting things. I find that doesn't work for me. What else? Let's see. Oh yeah, I want to talk about the growth of our channel a little bit. We'll have some analytics against that. If you guys didn't know, when we started playing EVE Online, we had like 100 followers. We'd been streaming for like 2 years on Twitch, and we were around 100 followers-ish. And then when we started playing EVE, we got so many followers so quickly that we made Twitch partner in 3 months after we started EVE Online, which is the absolute minimum that you need to be Twitch partner. You need 3 months of 70 viewers on average in a row, and we did that. And then we made EVE partner immediately after that, which is crazy. So the channel just blew up because of the EVE community on Twitch, and on YouTube in a lot of ways too. We've raised over $10,000 in charity just last year, which is pretty crazy. We'll talk about the first stream. I want to talk about the UI. That, as a new player, the UI is very, very interesting to me. It is completely unique. I cannot think of any other game that I have ever played, or that I even know of, that allows you to bring hyperlinks into the game client and they function outside of the game. You can open browsers, import data, copy and paste stuff. Like, it is a very unique interface that I have never experienced before, and I absolutely love it. There are some things that are super frustrating about the interface. I mean, it is obviously very complex and customizable. But then every now and then there's these weird little things that just throw me off, where I'm like, why can't I do that? Like, for example, like, here we are hanging out in J-Space, right? 90% of my time in J-Space is spent making bookmarks on wormholes. So, like, let's say I wanted to make a bookmark on this blood databank, right? I have to right-click on it, go down to Save Location, then it opens the bookmark menu. Like, yes, I can open the bookmark menu by hitting Control-B. Awesome. That just saves my current location. I don't care about that. I mean, I do want that, but what I would love to be able to do is just, like, hold Control-B and click on the thing I want to bookmark, and this pops up with the label for that spot. But there isn't a way to do that for some reason. Why? Why, CCP? Why? Wrath, what's going on? 07. One of the big ones that I had for interface was the skills. Like, the skill menu, like, is like the most unstable menu in the game. For some reason, it causes like performance problems in the game. But the biggest thing was, like, if I wanted to move all of these things from the bottom of my skill queue up to the top, It used to be that you couldn't drag and drop them. Now you can. They actually updated that, which is spectacular and amazing. But before, you couldn't do that. The first time I did it, it blew me away because I didn't know they had patched it. And I did it on accident, and it was, like, amazing. So we'll talk about some of the weird nuances with that. I mean, I love that the interface is customizable, wonderfully customizable, but it's also very complex, and that is very difficult. It requires you to do metagaming, which is another thing I kind of want to talk about. Maybe I'll talk about that. Let's see. Like, Eve is like a meta gaming game, if that kind of makes sense. So maybe we'll talk about that a little bit. What did I lose so far? What do you mean, Wrath? What do you mean? Booga, what is going on? It has been a little while. Welcome in, everybody. We're getting started here. We're working on our presentation at FanFest. I was hoping you guys could give me some feedback and also kind of help me craft stuff. I want to show you the video that we prepared for it. So we're gonna be finalizing our slideshow today, our video if we need to. I think I'm pretty happy with where it's at, but I want to show you guys the video and get some feedback on that too. Anyway, we're going through my outline of all the things I want to talk about. I've got a bunch of this is our rough draft for a presentation, and then we're gonna go make it look all pretty and nice, and make sure it's good because I got to turn this into CCP on Sunday. Let's see, metagaming. Yep, it's a. Eve Online is another unique. The other unique aspect of Eve is I feel like the depth of the game is, I think it's probably too much for a tutorial. Let me look in the game. Is there a... So there is the Eve help channel, customer service report a bug. You know what this game needs in game? I mean, the pointer window is super cool. I've loved the pointer window. That has helped me out a ton in the past when people are trying to get me to do stuff. I love that. That's unique. Dude, there's a calendar here. I didn't know there was a calendar in here until like a couple of months ago, like a month ago, something like that, which is crazy. I keep finding new windows. I talk about that a lot. Mining ledger. Is that new? I think that might be new. There is no Eve like help guide in the game, and that would be, I think, something that CCP could definitely like go towards. Like, the tutorial is good, right? It's okay. The tutorial, I felt like the tutorial really taught me the basics of the game, got me to a place where I was comfortable to start learning myself. But once you're done with the tutorial, there's nothing in game that can start to teach you the super in-depth mechanics, the in-depth menus, overlays, overviews, customization, that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly, Wrath. Kind of like Eve Uni, or other websites that are out there. Because that's what we did, right? Like, we were like, man, I really want to learn more about this overview thing. And because people keep saying you can customize your overview. So I had to go to a third-party site to go learn all those things. Having a, like, very detailed, in-depth help guide that like you can use after you're done with the tutorial, I think would be something that CCP could maybe do a little bit better. Be like, oh yeah, here's how you customize things. Here's how you import things. Here's all these different features. And then they could put the little pointer tools in there for how to go do things and look up stuff. And then even direct people to third-party sites if that's what they want to do. You know what I mean? I think that'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, Eve Uni is amazing, right? It's absolutely amazing. But there are some people that really don't chase information like I do, right? Like, when I get interested in something, I go and I consume knowledge on that thing, like, voraciously. So, like, we started playing Eve, and I was like, I love Eve Online. This is great. So, driving to work, I'm listening to Eve Online guides. Driving home from work, I'm listening to Eve Online guides. When I can't figure something out in the game, I go online and I look it up. There's a lot of people who just don't do that, I think. They expect the game to be a self-contained package of information and to be either one of two things. It's either intuitive enough where you can figure it out on your own, or if it's not intuitive enough, it has a tutorial along with it. And if it doesn't have those two things, it doesn't exist. Even though there are obviously lots of things that do. Like the hidden menus in EVE Online are crazy. Like I said, I keep discovering new menus and new windows and stuff like that. So in my opinion, good game design boils down to, like, the perfect game is a game that is designed so intuitively that there is no tutorial ever required. That is the perfect gameplay experience for me. I think tutorials are cop-outs for bad game design that lacks intuition. With EVE Online, it's almost impossible to do that. I can't even really say that tutorials in EVE are a cop-out because the game has so much depth. It would be, obviously, even like now in 24, it is impossible. You'd have to redesign the entire game to make everything in EVE intuitive. You just can't. So, like, they should, like, incorporate more of those things from the third party or direct you to those things and say, hey, like, EVE is a meta game. It requires you to be connected to other people in the community in and outside the game. Compare windows show only options that differ. Yes, exactly. Several vet players know. Yeah, the compare window is awesome. That's really cool. And show only options that differ. Let's take a look at that. Let's see. We want to compare. I don't know, the control system here. Variations. Compare. Let's pick one. How about the Dreadgaristas one? Yeah. Oops. Let's see. You do have to select these. It is a metagame. Yeah. Upper right drop down. Oh, yeah. See? I didn't even know that was there. That's amazing. Stuff like that. Like, why is that not here? That should be on this side over here. Bad game design. Or I need a guide to tell me that there is that. Like, that's crazy, right? Only options that differ. So I can just select all of those. Perfect. Now I can actually do quick comparisons. Thank you, Blue. Hell yeah. See, we learned something just now. I should add this to the slideshow. I wonder if there's a good way I could do that. Boop. Let's see. Let's do a bigger one. Go like this. Almost got it. There we go. Perfect. This is what this is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Both the manual, the economy, and the gatekeepers. Yes, that's true. That's true. So yeah, stuff like that. When it comes to the UI. Very unique. It is definitely a metagame, which is interesting. I feel like you can learn EVE Online very quickly if you embrace that kind of meta aspect of it. But not everybody wants to do that. But that's what we did, and I'm glad we did. I love it. Let's see. We're going to talk about creating what you love. So, like, create your own content, right? Like, there's a lot of people who are like, well, what should I do in EVE Online? And there's a lot of answers to that question. Like, well, you should go do this. People will say, you should go do security missions. You should go do PvP or NPSI. You should go do mining. And I'm like, well, what you should do is what you have fun doing, right? Like, find what you have fun doing. And then that is now your objective. Now find a way to do it well. That really ties into the ship progression for me because, like I said, at first when I looked at the ship tree, I was like, cool. I need to go from A to B. Let's get a picture so I can illustrate this during the presentation. I was like, look at the ship tree. This is awesome. Obviously, I want to go from one spot to another spot. I want to maximize going from here to here, right? Like, but that is not at all how EVE Online works. Rather, when I learned what we should be doing is picking the fun activity that you like doing that interests you, like mining, for example. Like, mining sounds super fun. Well, let's go get a really cool mining ship. Let's go get the Venture. Let's go get a Prospect or a Procurer or a, an Exhumer or, let's go get that ship and, like, go do that thing. And now I have a goal. And we work towards that goal. We get that ship. We profit once we have it. We go out and do the fun thing. Once I figured that out, I was like, okay, now this makes a lot more sense. Bounded, of course, by the fact that you want to fly something that looks cool, right? So, like, some of the ship goals that I have been to do something that looks and sounds and feels cool. Like for example, the Phoenix Navy issue is one of my goals. I want to fly a Phoenix Navy issue. What am I going to use it for? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Once I get into the Phoenix, I'm going to figure it out. We're going to go fly it, and we're going to do something with it. But I think it'd be really fun to fly a Phoenix Navy issue because it looks so cool. But most of it is like, dude, I want to go do C3 ratting and roaming. What's a good ship for it? The Tengu is a great ship for it. So that was our goal. We're going to go do that. And I'll also do other things with this, like PvP and exploration and other stuff. And it looks super cool, and I love it. And it's called a Tengu, which is awesome. But I could say, I really want to do C3 ratting, and I could go towards something like a Drake or a Scorpion or a Raven. I could do it. I could use those ships too. You know what I mean? Meme, what's going on? What's going on? Welcome back. Yes, we're back. We're working on our FanFest presentation. Working on our FanFest presentation. So anyway, we're gonna talk about that a little bit. Oh yeah, failing fast. Obviously, we're gonna talk about that. I think having the right mentality for failure in EVE Online is super important, and we embrace that. Not just, I mean, that's just the way we live our lives, is fail fast. Make mistakes, go learn from those mistakes, have fun. And then, go do better. Keep trying. And I think that has, I think EVE does a good job of teaching you that. They force you to die in the tutorial. They tell you to treat ships like ammo, you know what I mean? Never undock what you can't afford to lose, stuff like that. The community certainly does. The game, a little bit. One of these years we're going to go to FanFest? Dude, I'm super excited. I'm so excited for FanFest. FanFest is happening a few days. About a week or so. Actually, 2 weeks. About 2 weeks before we started playing EVE Online. So I think right after FanFest, we're going to have to do like a birthday celebration for the Boojum. Because the Boojum was born on April 18th of last year. And FanFest is on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of April. So very close. Let's see. We'll talk about telling your unique story, which I feel like is one of the... Dude, Autonomous. Donk with the $5 to Wounded Warrior. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yes. Thank you, Autonomous. Dude, we're getting close to the end of our little $500 charity goal here. And when that's over, we're gonna throw some new charities on there. Thank you, Autonomous. Hell yes. Hell yes. Over $10,000 last year alone we've raised in charity, which is amazing. I have a theory that the EVE Online Twitch community is the most charitable Twitch community out there, I bet. Let's see. I don't really know what I'm going to talk about here. Something. I may talk about what's next for us, like whatever our future projects are. See how much time we have. And then we'll wrap this up and, answer the question that we started the presentation off, which is, what is EVE Online? What does it mean to play EVE Online as a new player 21 years late? And then I'm planning on playing our video that we spent some time making. So we are simultaneously the best and worst people. Yeah, exactly. I would say that I have never met anybody in game that hasn't been super welcoming, amicable, and fun to hang out with. Maybe I'm lucky. Maybe it's because I hang out in J-Space a lot. I don't know. But everybody I've met has been super fun, and it's been great. Let's see. So we got our stories. We got our kind of I do want to talk about our first steps into the game. I've been watching my old VODs from day 1 and day 2. The first stream I did was 5 hours long. I was only planning on streaming for like an hour to 2 hours that day. Corporation. That's right. And then after I ended the stream, I kept on playing for like another 10 hours or something like that. I just played solid for like 3 days straight. The second stream I had, I streamed for 10 hours or 11 hours. Did the entire Sisters of Eve, Bloodstained Stars quest line, which is awesome. And it's really fun to go back and watch that, especially because I recognize a lot of you guys on those very first streams, which is funny. Dude, and just the welcome that people had was spectacular. So hey, I'm gonna show you guys the video that we've been working on now, and I would really love some feedback and let me know what you think. So we're gonna go through this whole thing, and we're gonna talk about the video is kind of like highlights of the stories from the first almost year of playing EVE Online that really jump out and stand out to me. These are the things I like to tell people about when they ask me, what is EVE Online? Why do you like playing EVE Online? I tried to make the video very much in the style of the This Is Eve trailer. If you guys know what I'm talking about, I'm sure you all do. I think it seems like it's pretty famous, the This Is Eve, where they have all the players talking in there, and they kind of do a showcase of all the quote-unquote content in EVE Online, right? There's like a dude exploring stuff. There's a guy mining rocks. There's a bunch of big fleet battles. And then at the end, it's like, This Is Eve. So I kind of tried to make it kind of like in that style. Because to me, when people say, what is EVE Online? That video talks about the things to do in EVE Online that CCP like has designed for the game, right? But that to me isn't what EVE Online is. EVE Online is different than that. EVE Online is about the community of people that you tell stories with, or really that you make stories with. And those are the things you remember. Nobody's going to remember the 20th level 3 escalation that they did. Nobody's going to remember doing security missions. They're going to remember the really cool thing that happened while doing one of those. Like for me, one of the stories that I don't have on here, and I might not talk about that jumps out is, I didn't know that when you signed up for faction warfare, that other people could kill you in high-sec if they were in faction warfare too. I didn't know that. So I found a group of people, and we were doing some like level 5 escalations. I had a Praxis that I got during the Capsuleer Day events. It was super cool. I loved that ship. It was so much fun. And so we were going and doing a level 5 together, and suddenly a bunch of people jumped in through the gate in the middle of our escalation and killed me. And I didn't know what happened. Like, that was a cool story. That was super fun. The escalation we were doing didn't matter. It was the fact that I was there with a bunch of friends, and that this crazy other players, this thing happened, and I also learned about faction warfare, which is cool. Yes, exactly, Yabo. Hopped in Discord and went to the mayhem. That's right. Stuff like that, right? Like, those are the things that's to me what EVE Online is. EVE Online is about the stories that you tell, that you make with other people in the game. So anyway, here, I'll show you the video. Let me know what you guys think. And, yeah, and that's what I'm planning on showing at the very end of our little speech. Let's get rid of my silly looking face here, huh? And my little room cam there. You guys got by the way, what do you guys think of this camera here up there in the corner? I don't know how I feel about it yet. It's there as an option, I guess. Right here, let me know what you guys think. I'll actually hide the chat too. Love the corner cam. Nice. All right. I've been wanting to play EVE Online for a very long time. Ever since it came out, really. But I've always been afraid that if I were to jump into EVE, I may never get out again. We're just going to try it. We're going to dip our toe in to EVE and New Eden. We're not going to go... Hopefully we're not going to go crazy. We're going to try not to go crazy. So tonight's stream will be just a few hours, I think. Is this the gate itself? No, this is literally just a research complex. Oh. Oh, this game is awesome. We did it. We made it. We made it, guys.
Good shit, boys.
Wow.
Load of missiles, a couple sirens.
Hope you guys got that one on film.
Drone. It looks like maybe we switched to Hornets. Drones are out. Drones are back out. We thought he was defang, but no. There are 2 Hornets on the field now. This could be it. Oh! No way! Congratulations, Capsuleers. Congratulations. That was amazing.
Get that Oracle locked up.
It's time. It's time for us to stop accepting mediocrity. We're going to be finding a new home. Undocking from Jita, leaving it behind forever. Hold! 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 Come on! That was fun. That was really fun. We made it, everybody. We made it. Oh my god. Out of nowhere, Lerm, with no warning with the attack. How dare you, sir? How dare you? I wish there was a way I could drag all of these up to the very top at the same time. That'd be super tight, wouldn't it? Amazing. Amazing. It's 2024, everybody. We did it. 2024. Yes. It today just keeps getting better. Anyway, that's how it goes in J Space when you're hunting. That's how it goes. The hunter and the hunted. And right when you think you're the hunter, suddenly you're the hunted again. Yeah! Let's go! We fucking did it! We fucking did it! Yes! You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Legends. Absolute legends. $2,563.27 we raised tonight. That's so amazing. In one night. Sends everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Remember, fly dangerous out there. So anyway, that's where we're at for that. So I am curious to know what you guys think. Dude, super good memories, right? High quality. Thanks, meme. Right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean that 24-hour stream was crazy at the end there. It was absolutely amazing. I think like with 5 minutes to go, we went from like a couple $100 to like $3,000 as we ended up closing the night out. Actually, it was around $3,000, $3,069. So that's kind of the overall game plan for that. But I'm curious what feedback you have for the video. If there are like beats that don't make sense or are delayed or audio is off. I didn't do a lot of color correction. We did a bunch of audio mastering, added some sound effects and stuff like that in there, here and there. But yeah, let me know what you guys think, because I can still go make some edits to it before Sunday. And then the intent is going to be like we're going to tell all of the stories in our presentation that, you know, dude, thanks for the sub too. Fucking Donk with the sub as well. Oh, and also Lunicus, welcome in. Shout out to Lunicus, my amazing mod, along with Cosm. Thank you for the sub again, Lunicus. But yeah, we're gonna in the presentation we're gonna tell some of those stories that then we have in the video. So I tried to put little like placeholders of like explaining what those things are. So, you know, for example here, have a little pop-up that shows up here, like this is the Captain Ahab battle venture spot here, right? Include that in there so that people can kind of know what I'm talking about when they see the video and they can reference, oh yeah, that was the story that he told in the presentation about the battle venture, right? Because this is kind of a weird clip of just two little ventures bumping each other here, and then me dying to said battle venture. So that's kind of the intent there. I hope that those are kind of easy to see and not too occluded or bad. Red, what's going on? Dude, long time no see, Red. Welcome. Let me see. Where are we at when it comes to ads? We got 6 minutes to go before ads show up. So that'll be good. Playing on your time now, so you're here. That's right, Red. Hell yeah. PST, right on. Yeah, we're enjoying a little bit of some different stream times recently. So dodge Kappa. Let's see. We've got some, I think we've got some okay emotes for subscribers. They're not too bad. We had to our little Fado bro disappeared on us the other day. I had to go and re-enable them because they disappeared somehow. It was kind of weird. A little custom emotes there, kind of fun. Let's see. Let's bring back this guy. We could make this a bit bigger, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, you do kind of lack some detail there. Yeah, it's probably fine. We'll leave it there. Hope you'll play Eve on the same again in the future too. Yeah, Red. Hopefully we can. It all has to do with the time we have from work. Our work availability. Let's scan this guy down really quick. A new signature has appeared. And then I think what we're gonna do is we'll probably do a giveaway here, and then we'll jump in to the actual. We haven't done any work so far. We've just been talking. Again, classically, gotta do some. We actually have to do some work tonight. Gotta do some work. Actually, make the presentation. I think I have everything outlined. I'm a minimalist too, generally, when it comes to PowerPoint. I don't like cluttering up PowerPoint too much with a bunch of words. So I like having a couple of pictures and a couple of things to just remind me about what I'm going to talk about. So it won't be too bad. Can you donate some skins in Eve? You sure can if you want to, Red. We can give some away tonight maybe. That'd be kind of fun. Let's see. Let's get one of these set up, shall we? Because we're going to need to take a short break here in just a little bit and then really get into it. Giveaways. Okay, that's all set up, ready to go. And we haven't seen that little Loki around here much at all yet, have we? They're out there, somebody. What is, Mr. Savage? Welcome, welcome. What is going on, everybody? Dude, everybody's hanging out. I just saw some of your emotes on our video. I think you just missed the video, Savage. Maybe I'll show it again if you guys want. I can show our little post FanFest presentation video. And you guys can let me know what kind of feedback you have for it. I think it kind of. Here's the question I have for you guys. Do you think that video, does the feeling in that video, do you feel like that adequately conveys what EVE Online is? Does it have the feeling of EVE Online and playing EVE Online? The things that keep you kind of coming back. That's really what I want to convey is, like, if you watch this is the feeling of EVE Online, because it is so hard to use words to convey what EVE Online is. You know what I mean? Full of emotion, yes. I think that's kind of what I'm driving at. Kind of what I'm trying to get to, Nosy. Tell you what, let's get this giveaway going, and then when we get back, we'll give away a couple of skins. 'Cause we got a bunch to give away. And then we'll start making the presentation, and I can ask you guys that question again. So hashtag stories in the chat. Throw hashtag stories in the chat, and then we're gonna take a short break. When we get back, we'll talk about it some more. In 13 minutes, gonna give us some. Oh, nice, thanks, Red. Hell yeah, hell yes. No clip can encapsulate. That's true. Exactly right, Blue. That's exactly right. I don't think that there is a single clip that can. That's why I'm kind of targeting, like, is there the feeling of EVE Online, like when you watch that with the music and the things that are happening in there, and like from those clips you get the sense of what it is, because there's really no one thing that can describe EVE Online. I guess there's probably some emotions that are missing, like fear, dread, and horrific regret and disappointment. Those are also feelings of EVE Online that can happen every now and then, you know what I mean? Shame, embarrassment. Those are all things too that can occur, but try to stay on the positive, you know what I mean? Sense of awe and wonder. Yes, yeah, exactly, Nosy. Exactly. Didn't see a rage quit, that's right. I have yet to rage quit EVE Online. So that's a good thing, right? It's got to say something for the game. All right, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. Okay. We're back. We're back, everybody. Let's see. Who do we got? Who do we got in this giveaway? Hashtag stories. Hashtag stories. Plural. We just got Booga and Nosy so far, and Cosm, classically. So throw a hashtag stories in the chat, guys, if you want to get a skin giveaway. We'll do that before we jump into making more of our video proper. Well, our presentation, not our video. Never tell me the odds. That's right. Ugh. We're still in the quietest C3 ever. The fact that there was a Loki here earlier was kind of cool. Don't know where they went. They wandered off. Love to fight a Loki. You know what I really want? I would really love a nullsec hole to open up in here. That would be nice. I would love that. There you go, Blue. Yeah. There you go. All right. Well, let's see. Who do we got? We'll do last call. Last call for a giveaway. Then we're going to give away some skins. Okay, well, that's it. That's it. Pretty easy. There's only 3 of you here. So you know what we're going to do? Give you each one. Yes, a nullsec wander would be nice. Dude, I really love jumping out of J-Space into nullsec. Like, basically, behind everybody's back. And immediately taking out a bunch of Ishtars or you know, a bunch of people that are just out there ratting when they think they're safe because they're deep in wherever they are in their corporation's, you know, sob space, and like suddenly a Tengu comes flying in and have been on no one's intel at all. It just boom, Tengu's there, quick kill, disappear back into wormhole space. Yeah, amazing, amazing. Okay, let's see. What button do I want to click? Personal assets. Here we go. All right, we'll start off with you, Nosy. In-game name, Nose. Let's see. I think you've got one of these CCP skins already, right, Nosy? Do you want another CCP one, or do you want a different one? Do you want a Gnosis Medium Miasma skin or a different skin? Also got some shuttles. Interesting. Got a bunch of random shit. 5 Cormorants, apparently. I love the Cormorant. It's such good. A different one? Okay. Then you get... let's see. I've got all these daily... These, like, limited time ones. How about this one? We're going to give you this guy. There we go. Nose. All right, that's off. Let's see, who's next? Blue. Blue Gray. You're up. Let me know what your in-game name is. Nice pile of random stuff can be fun. That's true, that's true. Like these 4 Bantams that we have for some reason. I need to go learn to fly that damn thing. Kate and Voss, that's right. Do you want, I think you got one of the CCP skins as well. Do you want one of those, or do you want a different one? I don't think I have, yeah. Ice Storm Filaments, oh god. I kind of want to go do some of the event stuff that's going on as well. Let's see, we'll give you one of the event, or not the event, one of the CCP ones. How about that? Those are pretty cool. Caden Voss. Okay. And then let's see, who else was it? Ah, yes, Booga. Booga with the next one. I don't think you've got a CCP one from me anyway yet, Booga. Scaramoth Booga. Love that. Okay, here we go. Is that a new name, Booga? Or have you not won a giveaway from me? There's no way that that's true, right? Surely not. I refuse to believe that. Oh, yeah. Probably on an old alt. Yeah. Low-sec salvaging is 25 mil a site every 10 minutes. If you can get in on it. Lancer sites are 35 mil every 10. Interesting. Low-sec salvaging, huh? I haven't gone on a good low-sec roam in a while. That could be fun. But we'd have to get there. I thought about jumping into high sec and checking some stuff out in there a little bit, but I don't know. It hasn't really quite scratched the... Hasn't really tugged at me yet, so to speak. Pulled at me there. Crisis rescue sites, yeah. I don't know. Are they fun? Are they fun? We haven't checked them out. Maybe we'll do that in the future. For now, though, we must not be distracted. So, let's do this. Let's make a new thing. Need to pick a good... Yeah. What do I think about the Drifter Crisis events? I don't know, because I haven't done any of the Drifter Crisis event stuff, really. That's all kind of been going on while we've been on a little bit of a break. So I really don't know what's going on with it at all. It might be super awesome, but I don't know. How does this one look, guys? It is the Boojum, Red. The Boojum. The Boojum. This one looks kind of Boojum themed, right? These are like some Boojum colors in here. We could do something kind of like this. With weird geometric shapes. That one's kind of nice. Maybe something like this. Got some interesting kind of pictures in there we could replace. Really, it's the base background. I don't know if I dig these weird macaroni things. Let's try a different one for now. Could do something like this. No, I don't like that. Maybe this one. No. I think I might go with this one. Do something like this. Okay. Basic presentation. Let's see. We need to get a good picture, I think. I I think we need to get a good picture. What do we got here, Red? Ooh, the Avatar Death Glow Hunter skin. Nice. Oh, yes. Very nice. Thank you, Red. Hell yeah. We'll give that away on our next one. Absolutely. Let's see. Do I have any good pictures that we could use for our intro already? Maybe that one. Maybe that guy. Let's see, pictures. Cleared out a bunch of them, haven't I? Could do. Could do something like this. Backgrounds. I don't think I want to use one of my pictures. Let's see. I feel like an in-game one might be better. An Eve article. No, Red. We're making our presentation that we're going to be giving at FanFest in April. We are making our FanFest presentation. You know what? Let's see. Maybe I might have some good pictures from the Book of Bob. Let's see. Are these some interesting pictures in here? That's kind of a cool one. Yeah, there might be some good pictures in here that we could use. That one's kind of cool. Ooh, yeah. Let's go with this guy, I think. That one's not too bad. I kind of dig that. What font do we want to use? Let's see. Um, let's see. I think I want to get rid of all of this. What is EVE Online? Let's look at our fonts here. And we want to get ourselves the font, I think. Shentox. Yeah. Okay, now, do we want this background? Maybe I should just make a standard background. Rather than, is this a guide for EVE FanFest for EVE players? No, we're gonna be, so we're going to FanFest Red in April, and we're going to be giving a presentation on our new player experience in EVE Online. So we're gonna be talking about all these things that you can see on screen here. Joining the game, 21 years after its release, kind of our initial impressions, and then telling the stories that we've had in EVE Online so far. And we're going to show that video at the very end. So maybe I do just want to, rather than use this. Yeah, it's a PowerPoint presentation with a video at the end of it. Is exactly right. Let's see how this thing looks. Oops. Want this guy, please. That's okay looking, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Let's see. The streamer caveat. We'll throw that on there. That seems okay for now. I don't know if I want these generic kind of pictures on here, or if I want to do like custom ones for everything. What do you guys think? View and mid pictures. Custom, you think, Cosm? Yeah. Make you do more work? Yeah, of course. What's up, Spinny? Dude, thank you, Spinny, for the cheer. Hell yeah. 100 bits. Let's go. Nice, nice. Yeah, Spinny, it's good to be back. Good to be back. We're having you guys help me make our presentation for FanFest. So we've got our outline and everything that we want to talk about in our video, and now we're kind of throwing it into a more finalized product for us. This part is always challenging. Because the background of these slides, let's see. I'm not very good with PowerPoint either. Design. Format background. What would be a good background picture? I don't want anything that's overly complicated, but... Let's see. We do picture. Insert. File. Need a kind of a dark kind of subdued background. Online, new, clipboard. Man, they're really finicky about not letting you update the background much. Download files, insert the pictures to your e-pictures. Yeah. This thing, you can replace you with something. I do like having a generalized layout for pictures and stuff like that, though. I don't know if I want necessarily like an Eve picture. Oh, that one's kind of nice. I like that one. Format. There we go. Okay, clipboard. Hide background graphics. Yeah. Then that gets weird there a little bit. Yeah, we'll just do each one individually. It should be okay. But that's all right. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Let's do this. Um, I like that. Yep. Okay. Love that. Your most fancy skin. Yeah, right. One of viewership and with the best skin. We might do that. I think we're gonna have some pictures with some cool skins in there. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Let's see. We want to replace this picture with something. And we want to talk about here. So we'll talk about the premise. What is EVE Online? We'll explain our streamer caveat. And then, oh, I know what I wanted. This guy here. Throw that guy up there. And say... do have a few. They're okay. We got some okay. There's some new Skinner mats out that look really nice that we gotta go check out. Yeah, the Miami Vice ones. Yeah, we gotta check out some of the new mats. There's like some cool new effects that are out now that we can use. Let's see. Let's see. I wanted to talk about how we Eve on release. Yeah. And then let's see. Just how to jump into wormholes, yeah. Dangerous dive. I think that's okay. We have to go and format all of the text after the fact. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. The tutorial. Unique user interface. Ships and goals. metagame. Do I want to say create what you love? Oh yeah, gameplay. Yeah. Let's call it chasing. Chase what you love. And then the last thing I want to talk about was the ship progression. And I don't know if I want to break this out into more than one slide or not. Yeah, exactly, Red. Like the sandbox experience, yeah. I need to learn how to build the slides too. Oh yeah, I mean I know how to make new slides. It's the building, like when you like advance the slide, it builds on it. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I mean by that. We'll call this first impressions. I think that that's good. Yeah, we can either have it build or just go like slide, slide, slide. I think I'm gonna have it build on this one. So first day as an alpha, could do that. We transitioned to Omega fairly quickly. Oh yeah, add animation. Thanks, Spinny. Okay. Let's see. Center design, I think. Or home. It sort of was, but sort of wasn't, Wrath. But that's due to one, being on stream and having a lot of people in chat to help me learn things. And then two, the fact that I aggressively sought out information outside the game. So that's why what I mean kind of by the meta game. Like I was able to quickly go learn things that were beyond the scope of the tutorial because I went and sought them out, which I think is non-standard. So there is two kind of caveats to that, I guess. That seems fine. Fine. Oh, I know. I know what I could do. Yes. Yes. Here we go. Oh, don't be like that. Um... Guess you can't remove that background. I'll just have to go edit it in another program really quick. Just throw this in. There really quick. Then we'll go here. Yep. Okay. Or not. Oh, that's working. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Red. Exactly right. Yeah, yeah. That's so true. That is so true. That's part of what we're going to be talking about for sure. Well, we just made that image worse, objectively. So that's not what we want. Just want a PNG. Work. Oh, wait, maybe this would be. Maybe this will work. I just want to Excel PNG so I can talk about Excel. Copy image. I don't like that one. Let's see. Format the picture. What file type are you? PNG. That. Okay. Put this guy up. Really doesn't. Apparently, Excel really doesn't like PNGs. The lore of Bob. Yeah, that's true. And the coming of the Boojum. That's true, Blue. Dude, that's so true. I'm gonna have a Book of Bob picture in there as well. Let me go grab that actually. Where is that picture? Um, let's see. Actually. Throw this over here too. So we have our Book of Bob available for us. And then let's get back to trying to figure out how to make this clip art thing work for us. Let's edit this with paint. There we go. Make that all go away. Wow, weird. It's just like, it really doesn't like a PNG file for some reason. You know what I mean? Hearing how it came about that, Lauren Eve. Dude, how did we find this? Eve Miner, what's going on? Huge shout out to Eve Miner as well. Another spectacular streamer. From records you found or the study of the giant coral structures we often find or something else. Dude, I don't remember how I found it. I think it was different point of views here as well. 2 cams double the fun. That's right. That's right. We were talking about this in Joe Lost stream the other day that we took some inspiration from them and set up another camera over there. Yeah, I think Blue, that I might have been in somebody else's stream, or maybe it was in chat in game that somebody said praise Bob, and I didn't know what that meant, and I was like, what is this Bob thing that people are talking about? And I ended up on a Reddit post with some of the very first readings of Bob, the initial prayer to Bob. And I had already become this was probably in all of my learning about wormhole space, because we started doing wormhole space on like day 2 of EVE Online is when we found out about wormhole space, and that has always really hooked me. So we started delving into Bob that way, I think. Did you just shove the Eldritch lore in there sideways? Yes, basically, Blue. Yep. I took the idea of Bob and I matched it up with the Boojum lore that I already have had established. And I really love Eldritch horror, Eldritch lore. Like, that is one of my favorite genres of sci-fi. And so I took Bob, and it was like, this idea of Bob that's out there fits really, really well with the Eldritch lore of, like, cosmic horror and things like that. And so I kind of combined those all together, and then that's kind of like where we came up with the idea of, like, the coming of the Boojum, the second coming of Bob, the rising of Anoikis, and creating the Book of Bob, as well as, you know, the Children of the Chain, all that kind of stuff, just kind of spiraled from there. Yeah, exactly. Teaching us about wormhole space, Red. Yes. Dude, Q, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. We are, if you guys can tell, we are making our presentation for FanFest. So I'm soliciting all of your guys' help in the creation of this presentation. We've got today and tomorrow to finalize our PowerPoint and our video that we've made for it. They just asked for a PowerPoint. They didn't ask for a video, so I'm hoping they let us use our video. I'll show you guys the video again since we got some newcomers into the chat here as well, and you guys can give me some feedback on the video. But we're talking, the presentation that we're giving is the new player experience to EVE Online. It really is like, it's a presentation of what is EVE Online and what is it like to join EVE Online 21 years after its release, 21 years late, you know what I mean? So we're kind of doing that. The way we're going to tell that answer those questions is by telling our stories over the course of our first kind of year playing the game. So it's going to be like story time with Boojum. We're going to tell some stories. Sup, Cyber Gig? Welcome, welcome. We're getting all the regulars in here tonight. And I just can't figure out how to make a damn PNG. I mean, I have a PNG, but why won't you accept my PNG? Edit. Background. Remove the background. Yes. Well done. We've done that. Save as a copy. PNG file. Maybe save it as a JPEG. No, it didn't like that. Still learning after 6 years? Yeah, exactly. Is it a layered image? I'm using MS Paint to try and remove the background. We have the image that I want. Erase the background. Yes, please. Let's see. Edit. Background. Only the best tools for any. Yeah, exactly. MS Paint's okay to get basic stuff done. But then it doesn't remove this. Cool. That's right. GIMP.org. I have no idea what that is. How are we doing on ads? Oh, we got 10 minutes left. Okay. We will figure this out. I have so many editing tools aside from that, so maybe we'll just jump in here and do that. We'll do it this way. This usually has worked for me every time. Uh... Uh-huh. There we go. Nailed it. Free photo editing tool, it's open source. Oh, okay. Dude, we'll have to check that out. We will definitely check that out. Okay, we got there, though. Put this over here. Do. Aha. Nailed it. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, that URL, right? Ugh. All right, so we got that guy there. We're gonna have to have that build while we're talking, so we can talk about what I believe is a misnomer of EVE Online being Excel or spreadsheets in space. Not Excel, but spreadsheets in space. Actually spends for GNU image manipulation. Ah, that makes sense. Let's talk about that. Talk about the streamer caveat. Talk about joining 2024 and down the rabbit hole. Classic. And then we'll talk about our first impressions. Let's see. For first impressions, we're going to have this build. What do we want to have? Like Blender, yeah. Let's see. Do we want to have a picture here? What do I want to have a picture of? Let's see. While I'm thinking about it, let's go with do we want to talk about our channel growth? Do we want to talk about how I guess that kind of tells a little bit of the community story. I don't know if it's really pertinent. You think so, Lunicus? You think so? Oh, hand on the tablet, yeah. I use what's the name of that app that we have on our tablet? Shit, I'll think of it. I can't remember the app is that I use for drawing. So it's like when you're helped, yeah. Still engaging with the game directly. That's true. That's true. Procreate. Thank you, Cosm. That's right. Gotta go. Right on, Red. Thanks for the skin, by the way. We're gonna give that away in a couple of minutes here for our next giveaway. By the way, for all of you who didn't know, Red donated a really cool avatar skin for the next giveaway. So that's gonna be fun. I'm excited about that. Let's see. We got this one. Where is it at? Yeah, this guy, the Avatar Death Glow Hunter's skin, which is super cool. Look at that. Look at that guy. Yeah. Yeah. Give that away in a little bit here. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so where do we want to talk about that? Maybe right after here. What can we could do this here. We could have it build actually. And then we get another picture here. Ooh, hydrate and posture. Okay. We'll get a posture. We'll mix things up a little bit. I need to get some more water. Okay. Let's see. Lateral edge, what's going on? What is going on? Welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness. Shad is here as well. Looks like actual work. Yeah, it is. It is lateral. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. What are we working on, lateral? I will tell you guys. Shad Squatch is here, everybody. Huge shout out to Shad Squatch. Another intrepid wormholer. An amazing capsuleer from Canada. Shad has been doing some pretty cool streams recently. That farm simulator you did the other night was really fun, Shad. That was amazing. Yes, welcome everybody. Welcome. Oh my goodness, we have so many people here now. Wow. We are working tonight. We're playing a little bit of EVE Online, but mainly we are working on our presentation for FanFest coming up here in April. So we're going to be presenting at FanFest on what it is like to join EVE Online in 2024. So what is it like? What is EVE Online? What is it like to join EVE Online as a brand new player to an MMO 21 years late, right? 21 years after release. So we're building all that together. And then at the end of our presentation, we're going to show a little video, which I'll show to you guys here right before our break and before our little giveaways. So here's kind of our general outline that we have. And right now we're taking all of our outline stuff and moving it over into a little bit more of a finalized product with some key things that kind of remind me to talk about certain stuff. So it's a 30-minute presentation at FanFest that we're going to be giving. Probably try and keep that to around 24, 25 minutes with a 4-minute video that kind of encapsulates everything that I think EVE Online is and what it's like to to join EVE Online in 2024. That video is the goal of the video is to show some of the stories that we're going to tell during the presentation, because when I think about my experience in EVE Online all last year and joining EVE Online, it's really, really hard to describe what EVE Online is, what it is like joining EVE Online, because it's so much more than just talking about the tutorial, talking about the community, talking about the content that you can do, you know, like drifters or abyssal dead space or wormhole space or, you know, escalations, mining, that kind of stuff. Like, yes, you can list all those things out, but to me, it doesn't really convey the feeling of what EVE Online is. So we're going to talk about some stories that includes like our first experience with a battle venture that killed us, and like the awakening that we had on, oh my god, you can really do anything in this game. I just got killed by a venture. Yeah, it's so many things, right, Lateral? It's so many things. So we're going to talk about the very first time we undock, where people are shooting off fireworks, welcoming us into the community, the GM that talks to us at the very beginning when we start playing, learning about wormhole space, becoming wormhole nomads, the 24-hour charity stream that we did last year, which is spectacular. Just the fact that we've raised well over $10,000 in charity, period. Learning to accept death. That's right. Failing fast, I call it. So stuff like that. So let's see. Let's set up our giveaway really quick, and I'll show you guys the video that we've been working on. So, because I would really love to get your guys' feedback on the presentation in general, and on in our video as well. So for this giveaway, we're gonna go with hashtag undock. Hashtag undock. That's kind of the theme of this presentation, is undock, go out there and write your stories, because EVE is about community. It's about the people that you go do things with. Ultimately, to me, that's kind of what EVE Online is. EVE Online is about community and people. That's okay, Shad. Welcome in. Welcome in. Dude, thank you for the raid, Shad. Thank you for the raid. Dude, love you too, Shad. Absolutely love you too. Hey, Shad, did I hear a rumor correctly? Are you going to be at FanFest before you leave really quick? Yes, right. Everybody has their story. No, you're not going to be there? Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, well. That's okay. That's okay. You can still give us some feedback. So, guys, throw hashtag undock in the chat. I'm going to show you the video we've been working on, and then we're going to take a short break. And when we get back, we'll do our giveaway, and you can tell me what you think of the video. You can tell me what you think of the presentation so far, and help me continue to make this into something nice. All right, here's our little video. Let's get rid of this music here. Okay. Cool. Let's get these things out of the way as well, really quick. I've been wanting to play EVE Online for a very long time, ever since it came out, really. But I've always been afraid that if I were to jump into EVE, I may never get out again. We're just going to try it. We're going to dip our toe in to EVE and New Eden. We're not going to go... Hopefully we're not going to go crazy. We're going to try not to go crazy. So tonight's stream will be just a few hours, I think. Is this the gate itself? No, this is literally just a research complex. Oh. game is awesome. We did it. We made it. We made it, guys.
Good
I
shit,
can't believe
boys.
I got that kill.
I
Oh,
think
dude, it's
well.
close.
Wow.
Nice.
Load of missiles,
Ooh.
a couple sirens.
Hope you guys got that one
Beautiful.
on film.
Drone. It looks like maybe we switched to Hornets. Drones are out. Drones are back out. We thought Husey Fang, but no. There are 2 Hornets on the field now. This could be it. Oh no way! Congratulations, Capsuleers. Congratulations. That was amazing.
Get that Oracle knocked up.
It's time. It's time for us to stop accepting mediocrity. We're going to be finding a new home. Undocking from Jita, leaving it behind forever. Hold! 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 Come on! That was fun. That was really fun. We made it, everybody. We made it. Oh my god. Out of nowhere, Lerm, with no warning with the attack. How dare you, sir? How dare you? I wish there was a way I could drag all of these up to the very top at the same time. That'd be super tight, wouldn't it? Amazing. Amazing. It's 2024, everybody. We did it. 2024. Yes. It today just keeps getting better. Anyway, that's how it goes in J Space when you're hunting. That's how it goes. The hunter and the hunted. And right when you think you're the hunter, suddenly you're the hunted again. Yeah! Let's go! We fucking did it! We fucking did it! Yes! You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Legends. Absolute legends. $2,563.27 we raised tonight. That's so amazing. In one night. OSINs, everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Remember, fly dangerous out there. Yeah, so there it is. Yes, I'm sure some of you have seen some cameos in there. Shad, I think I got a couple of clips of you in there as well, which we've had some really fun NPSI roams and some fun times. So that I'm hoping I can kind of throw that at the very end there. 20 out of 10 perfect BPO vid. That's right. So I hope that kind of conveys sort of the feeling of EVE Online to me. You know what I mean? It's like so those are just some of the highlights, but those are the type of experiences that I think about when I think about EVE Online in the past almost year that we've been playing. So hopefully we can tell some of those stories during the presentation. We can talk about the community, talk about, yes, we'll talk a little bit about the brand new player experience with tutorial and things like that, but really that to me is not EVE. EVE is about the stories that you create that are beyond the scope and the bounds of what CCP has made. They've given us the tools of a sandbox, but really it's about the people that you interact with. You guys here on Twitch, you know, those are the things I think about when I think about on EVE Online, rather than like, yeah, EVE is, you know, going and blowing up ships in space, or it's a space simulator, or it's spreadsheets in space. None of these things I think actually convey the true feeling of what it's like. So I hope that video kind of does that. But let me know where you think we can make it better, and improve it a little bit, or make adjustments to it. We've got tomorrow to make some final edits to it, but I'm relatively happy where it's at. Getting the music was challenging for sure, but less lateral edge. Yeah. It was fun to go through all of those clips over the past year, and try to find some stuff that's kind of in there. So, I mean, the very first Astra house that we blew up, you guys probably couldn't see it in there, but we had a Drake there, a little Drake that we brought to that fight. Unironically, we brought our Drake. So, sign a release, given how much you're in those vids, dude. I tried to pick vids that were publicly already out there so much, but for real though, for anybody, if you were in those videos and you want your stuff blurred out, or removed or whatever, then let me know. I'll have to see Lateral. I didn't even notice you in any of those clips, Lateral, so I'll have to scrub through it if you want me to do that. All good. Okay, thanks. Some of my favorite clips in here are really of people talking in the comments, to be quite honest, which I think is pretty cool. Some of the chat that is, you know, up on screen there is pretty funny, and can be pretty good. Okay. Well, I can't stop the ads. I've snoozed all my ads as much as I can. So, how long that video take to cut together? Maybe 12 hours, something like that. Did I know I'd do this before started playing EVE? I mean, I've had, you know, the YouTube channel and the Twitch channel before EVE Online a little bit, but I'll say that, no, that's one of the other things I want to talk about, which is why I was talking about channel growth, is that, like, the EVE Online community has sort of sprung us into a whole nother level of stuff that that I did not anticipate, at all. You know what I mean? The moments in EVE that made you feel like you could put that together. Yeah, exactly, Lateral, exactly. I love video editing. I love doing AV, sound design. Like, I really love doing all of those things. But EVE Online is one of those things where it allowed us to do something beyond the scope of just like a Let's Play series, right? Like, it allowed us to create videos and content and that kind of stuff that is sort of meta, that is role-playing. Like, we have a video coming out here that I'm really excited about, where I'm doing 3D design. I've got 3D scenes, 3D cameras. I'm doing live action acting and role-playing, as well as in-game stuff, which should be pretty sweet. Unfortunately, I had to put that on a back burner for a while, but I'm excited about that video. It's a video about how we discovered the Book of Bob in wormhole space. So that should be pretty fun. All right. Hashtag undock in the chat. We're going to take a short break. And when we get back, we'll do a giveaway, and we'll continue on, continue making this presentation for us. See you soon. Okay. We're back. We're back, everybody. All right, all right. Hashtag undock. Hashtag undock. Got a good amount of you guys in here. 11 people. Dude, Okomu's here now, too. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Yeah, so I think the video is, super fun. I'm really looking forward to FanFest. It feels like it's really far away, but also like right around the corner. You know what I mean? Really looking forward to it. Crimalacious, what is going on? Welcome, welcome. Let's see if we can get this scene to work for us. Yeah, there we go. Nice. We can chat here for a little bit while we do our giveaway. All right. So, hashtag undock. I'm excited. I hope that they allow me to use that video at the end there. I think it really does kind of tell the story of a new player's experience in EVE Online. Maybe not even just a new player. Maybe an old one too. We're certainly not a salty veteran yet. We'll get there eventually. But for now, I think it kind of conveys that feeling of wonder and awe and community that I think we've had. So, yeah, that can be part 2. We'll do the transition from starry-eyed new bro into salty veteran. That'll be fun. I can already envision the thumbnail, right? All right, so we'll do last call for the giveaway. We're going to be giving away a skin that was donated by Red, as well as a CCP skin, a partner skin, one of the new medium miasma ones, which are pretty spectacular. And then we'll get back into actually making these slides. This is going to take me like quadruple the time it normally would because you guys are all here. And I like hanging out and chatting with you guys and not doing work like building PowerPoint slides. I'm also really bad at PowerPoint. I'm significantly better at DaVinci Resolve and video editing. So, yeah, I was thinking about that. Blue is the cussing. So I'm hoping that once we submit our slides and submit the video on tomorrow, then we can get some feedback there and be like, is it okay that there's some cussing in there? Hopefully that's not too bad. Oh, well, thank you, Blue. Thank you. This was what we did a lot in January. While we weren't streaming, our computer was unplugged, and we were putting up wall panels and LED lights and monitor arms and building this desk and getting that third camera over there. So that's part of the reason that we were gone for so long in January. That and life has been taking its toll on us, unfortunately. But yeah, it was pretty cool. I was inspired by Joe Lost and their stream with their little third camera setup and their kind of studio stuff. Luckily, you can't see what's happening underneath the desk because the cables are out of control, and I don't have the mental resolve yet to go in and actually manage them all and get them all nice and tidy. But having a desk that we can stand up on is super, super helpful. So now I can do posture checks when you guys submit those, and I can just stand up and be good to go. All right, let's roll this thing, huh? Let's roll this giveaway. Here we go. Oh, Cosm with the win, which means we get to re-roll it again and add another winner. Nice. Classic, classic. All right. Rolling it again. El Felixo with the very first win. Nice, nice. So, El Felixo, you have won. You have won this Avatar Deathglow skin, courtesy of Red, donating it to us all. Which is spectacular. Red's such a awesome individual. El Felixo. Send this thing your way. And then we'll roll this thing twice more and do 2 medium miasma skins for everybody. Alrighty. Thank you, Kazum. Kazum with a gifted sub as well. From the shadows. Let's go. By the way, huge shout out to my mods, Kazum and Lunicus. We absolutely could not have done any of this without those two. I remember our very first Twitch front page day was so nerve-wracking. And we sat down together and talked about how we're going to handle the front page together, and it went super, super well. We've got some redeems, some hydrate and posture checks and stretch too. Okay. Thank you, CyberGig. Stretch out our back, even though we're standing. Rolling like Limp Biscuit now, right? Win counts up to 10. Dude, that's amazing. All right. Let's do another giveaway. Here we go. Spinny with the next win. Spinny with the next win. Love that. Dude, thank you for the follow. Hell yes. Crumalicious. Love that. And also, Mupsy, too. I didn't see you there. Thank you for the follow. Let's go. I think we're almost at 1,700 followers, which is out of control. Out of control. Arbor Hamalia. Love that. Gustav is here. What is going on, Gustav? Welcome. We are working on our FanFest presentation. Okay. And then for the last roll, quick, Gustav, type hashtag undock. Got a lot to do tonight at work, but been busy since 2 a.m. Oh my goodness. Well, have a good night, CyberGig. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all the hydrates and stretches and redemptions of your channel points. All right, let's roll this guy. Kazum with the win again. So we're going to roll it twice more now. Add another roll. Another roll from Kazum. Okay, here we go. Hacks, that's right. Blue with the next win. All right, we got to give something else to Blue here because they've already got one of those other skins. A Heron. A Symbiotique. We'll send this guy your way. Let's see. What is your in-game name again? It's not Blue. It's something fancy. You got a fancy in-game name. That's right. That's right. Of course. We just gave you one. Okay. Here we go. Now maybe the last roll. We'll see if Kazum wins again. El Felixo won already, so we'll roll again. Eve Minor. Eve Minor with the last win. Let's go. Love that. Yes. Yes, indeed, Eve. At long last. At long last. All right. We got one of these guys for you. Let's see. LS Skywalker 01. Hell yeah. Okay. Good to go. And the wormhole that we're in is still very quiet. Still quite quiet. So we can go back to our presentation. Okay. Okay. So as we're doing this presentation, please, if you've got inputs, let me know. If you know how to work PowerPoint, I don't, let me know. And if you've got feedback or input on the video that we watched before our little break, let me know about that too. And we'll kind of keep trucking away at this little thing a little bit. So how far are we? Let's see. We've got our opening title. We've got the premise of the discussion. and a little bit of an overview of kind of what we're going to be covering here. We'll have this build. So I got to figure out how to make things build. I got to animate these slides. We'll do that at the end. Got to talk about our streamer caveat because I think our experience is going to be unique compared to other people who are not streaming the game, obviously. Like, that's the thing about EVE Online is, like, we, like, jumped in and we very suddenly had this insanely wonderful warm welcome, as well as a huge repository and wealth of knowledge from all of you guys kind of teaching us how to play the game a lot. So I think that's going to be a little bit different than normal. Let's see. Let's talk about, I think we need to get a slide in here. Let's talk about, we're going to talk about our history with EVE Online, how we wanted to play it at the very beginning when it first came out, but then eventually we saw down the rabbit hole, and that caused us to actually do the thing and play the game. So let's add a slide in between these two and talk about the Twitch community. What picture do we want to have for that? I feel like I need a picture that kind of sort of tells that story. What do we have over here set aside? I do want to do a little bit of a roll up. As well. So let's do this. We'll make another slide here. Picture. Insert from file. No, that's not what we want to do. We'll do. Let's get a good picture here. Let's edit this picture a little bit here. There we go. I don't think so. That might be too pink. Morty's here. What's going on, Morty? Shout out to Morty. Shout out to Gustav. What is happening, guys? Welcome, welcome. Do I want to do that? I don't think we want to do that background. I think we want to do something a little bit more dark to help us with our font choice here. Yes, Morty, indeed. In fact, that's what we're working on right now. We're working on our presentation that we're going to be giving at FanFest out in wonderful Reykjavik in just a few short months. I'm very, very excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe this guy. No. This guy, maybe? That's not as bad. Let's see. Do we want to do our other picture here? Yeah. I think that looks okay. Okay. Maybe go with a little bit of soft edges. That, okay. Oops. And then let's see. Maybe Twitch. Geothermal hot tubs? Yes, dude. Geothermals. I'm excited for the hot tubs. That and just seeing Reykjavik. I've never been to Iceland before, so I'm pretty excited. Let's see. Since, what do we want to call this? I want to talk about like since our first stream, right? Let's see. We want to go with, let's see. We're at like plus 1,600 followers. It's almost like 2,000 really. Greater than $10,000 raised for charity. And then we want to have this build up here somewhere. And this, throw this over here as well. See how well that shows. Have that build out as well. Talk about the hours we have in there. I think that should be good. Like build. Okay, that'll be us talking about our community a little bit. Oops. And then let's see. Then we can jump into sort of our first impressions. And one of those things we want to have is this clip here. Where we have the UI that we have there. And then let's talk about this guy. And our very first mail we got from a GM, which was pretty spectacular. So we can animate that guy to show up and then disappear. So we'll put these guys kind of over here for now. Or maybe we just have these on the side here as well. Expand you out a little bit more. And have you here as well. That can kind of build out there. Okay, that looks good. So we'll talk about the tutorial a little bit. The interface. Some of the gameplay. Ships and goals a little bit. So here's where I kind of was going to have all of these build. So we can like kind of bring these guys over. Have these guys all build out for us. There. And these last guys. Got a lot of work to do. Gotta animate all of these. Once we get that, though, I don't think it'll be too bad. Okay, so we got all those that we're gonna build up there. What is the core message? The core message, it really is just a... it's a presentation on what I think EVE Online is as a new player, right? And I guess if there is a driving message or like an action, it's to encourage people to go and create their stories, to go and experience the game with community, with other people, whatever that community is. It could be your corp, it could be a small group of friends, it could be Twitch, it could be YouTube, it could be whatever the case may be. For us, obviously, it's been Twitch and YouTube for the most part, but then also people in game too. So, did we manage to get into any time to play today? A little bit, Blue, just a little bit. We saw Loki in our wormhole and thought about trying to hunt them down, but unfortunately we had our probes out at the time, and so they knew what was up, and were clever enough to escape and leave. But we check back in every now and then, see if there's perhaps a wandering little explorer from high sec, or that kind of moves on in, and we can take him down. Let's see. So we got that discussion there. Desire to experience all of the elements of the game. That's interesting. Yeah, that's true, Spinny. That's true. That's true. That is... Maybe that's a unique take. I hadn't thought about that. Oh, they've been doing the Drifter event stuff? Yes, I haven't had a chance to do the Drifter event stuff yet, Blue. I kind of want to explore that later on, maybe this week. Once we get our presentation done. We've got to get the presentation done first, because we owe this to CCP on Sunday. Maybe a day trooper like me, but with guns? Yes. Yeah, Spinny, that's a good point. We definitely cast our net very wide in EVE Online. I don't think there's anything that we haven't done as far as like core gameplay mechanics go, except for, I suppose... I mean, we've done PI. I don't know if there's anything that I can think of that we haven't really at least dabbled in. Oh, perfect, dude. That's a good point, Spinny. That's perfect. Yeah, maybe I'll talk about that in kind of chasing what you love. Put a note here to remind me. Let's see. Let's call it embracing failure. Yeah, embracing failure. And we can talk about trying all sorts of new and different things. Failing at those things, learning from those things, going and trying again. Yeah, it kind of it is and isn't the learning curve, though, right? It is. I guess it kind of is the learning curve, Lunicus. You're right. It's like having a mentality of, or it's having a process of learning. Failure is an admission, but it's a good thing, though. Like I think failing should not be something that's feared, right? Failing and not learning from that is actually the failure. It's okay to go try new things and fail. It's okay to take bait. It's okay to go and experience things as long as you learn from those things. That's really what matters. And that, I think, really unlocks a lot of what EVE Online is. I see a lot of people that fear failure and their idea of that. Yeah, it is showing positive and the negative. That's right. Well, embracing failure, I guess, is shifting a mindset for people, right? Like when people say embracing failure, they're usually in the mindset that failure is bad, and you have to start from that point, from that place, right? So it's like, how do you teach somebody to shift their mind away from what they think failure is and start in that place, and then say, no, like, it's okay to go fail. Like, it will feel bad. Yeah, failing forward is another way to describe it. Classic Dungeons & Dragons or a TTRPG way, so fail forward can be a little bit different, I guess. It's like, as a DM, I always make sure my players are failing forward, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's kind of a good point, different point of view. Yeah, it is necessary. It is not possible in this game, or really in anything, in my opinion, to not fail in some endeavor, right? Find the people who are in for the fun, not ISK or reward. You're the company to keep. Yes, exactly. The only failure is not undocking due to fear. Yeah. So I guess that's kind of the vibe I'm trying to convey there by saying, like, embrace failure. You know what I mean? That does bring up a point, Morty, that I hadn't considered talking about, is our corporation and starting our corporation. I kind of wanted to put that here. What is the name of my corporation? Is it just Boojum Corp, or is it the Boojum Corp? My corporation. Boojum Corp. Okay. I might throw something in there. I can look after your wallets, yeah. Not named Grandmaster Scram. But we could... The way I like to actually describe this is fail fast. So we could also call it fail fast. Embracing failure, fail fast. Finding your content, or creating your content. That's what I kind of mean by chasing what you love. But maybe I'll call that finding your content. I don't know. What I want to talk about there is there's a lot of things to do in EVE Online. You can go and do those things, but there's a lot of things that you can do that aren't game mechanics, right? Like the Grand Tour of New Eden that we did, the PvP tournament that we did, nomading through J-Space. What else? The Grand Prix, the race that we did, right? Like these are all things that are like not inherently in the game. These are not designed by the game, but these are the things that I think about that really are some of the greatest experiences that we've had. You know what I mean? So always learning from mistakes. Setback gives opportunities for understanding and growth. Yes, EVE is brutal. It is impossible to... I think the thing I want to convey is, like, it is impossible to not fail in this game, to not make mistakes, to go and try to do something and have it completely backfire on you. That is going to happen. It has to happen all the time, constantly. So the goal of having fun in EVE Online cannot be undermined by that fact, right? To continue to have fun in the game, you have to have a mentality of, it's okay. I'm going to learn from it, do better than the next time, and move forward. The optimal rate of failure, right? Slav is here. What's going on, Slav? Huge shout out to Slav as well. Another wonderful, wonderful individual. Get booged, yeah. Rather than failing, finding out. Oh, yeah, FAFO. Yeah, fuck around and find out is another term that we use. Let me put that there. I do like that term. FAFO. Yeah, yes, yes. Okay, okay. Thank you, Slav. Thank you very much. We got a new little camera going on here to show the setup that we have. Okay, we'll circle back to this. We'll circle back to this. I have to decide how much time I want to spend talking about that as well, because we have some stories that we want to tell. So I think we want to jump into stories at this point. Talked about these guys. Okay, so let's talk about... we'll just delete that for now. What do we want to have for a background here? Use that Lollipop Gamer? Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Jedi huffing. Yes. What do we want to have for a background here? I want that one image that we had. We're going to stick with class. That's right, Autonomous. Stay classy. I don't know. I kind of want to use this one. But we'll see how this works. That's not too bad. We'll leave that there right now for now. Super close up of your face, right? I think that looks okay. Leave that there for now. Okay, so for the stories we wanted to talk about, let's see. Maybe day one. Maybe we take this guy and we'll throw that here somewhere. Let's actually just get rid of this guy. Throw this in here. And then for the background, we want to have, this picture. Maybe we throw this in as the background. We'll have this pop up. Yep. Okay, so we can talk about the undock and the fireworks and all that kind of stuff. That'll be good. And then let's go with the Grand Tour. Okay. Need a picture for that. So let's go grab that guy. So we gotta open up a video. Let's see. Scrub this guy. It's at the very beginning, I think, right? Oh, yeah, we could talk about first. Do we want to talk about our very first time seeing time dilation? Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Get a capture of this guy. And we'll need to edit out some stuff. Okay. Jump over to Canva. Throw that guy on there. And we want to edit this image. And we'll go with our eraser. Get rid of that. There we go. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. Okay. That right there. Cool, we got that. Oh yeah. Yeah, Canva. Canva's amazing. I'm a big fan of Canva. We use that for all of our thumbnails and some photo editing and stuff too. It's not super detailed and in-depth, but it's not too bad. And then we've got this picture. We'll throw over here, which has kind of the route that we took. I don't know how well that's going to show up on the slide, but maybe it'll do okay. We did like 200 something jumps. 250 jumps, I think it was, over 8 hours, 12 hours, something like that. All the way around New Eden, so that was a cool one. Tell that story. Got first undocking Grand Tour. Let's see. Let's go with Captain Ahab. Actually, let's go ahead and delete this slide, and we'll copy this one. Change the font on this one as well. There we go. Okay. I think, yes, absolutely planning on that. Maybe I should get a screen capture of that too. Let me do that. I didn't include that in the video because, even though that is one of, if not my favorite moment in EVE Online so far, it is a very somber, it's a very somber moment. You know what I mean? But I do want to get a screen capture of that. Let's see. What's the easiest way for me to find that? Probably by going to the video that I made for it. Okay. Should you meet up with us in high sec for a photo? That would be pretty cool. Oh, the quality is not super great. That's not too bad. Capsule there with the nipple on them. Let's see. Do I want to do just the center, or do we want to do the whole thing? Maybe something like that. We can have that build as well. I think I maybe do the whole thing. Or maybe this. Let me go to the actual footage of it. Fucking nailed it. I think that looks okay. Again. Yes. Okay, so that guy in there. Maybe soften up the borders of that a little bit. I don't know. Ha ha ha. Give our back a little bit of a rest here. I think that's okay. We'll keep that there for now. Maybe come back to it. All right, Captain Ahab. I don't have a lot of good stuff for Captain Ahab. We do have our venture. Let's see. Let's go to the footage I have of it. Where is that? Early days. Yes, this tells the entire story. It was in Dantoomi. We were trying to get Kernite. Perfect. Perfect. So let's see. We even have our conversation with them as well after when they killed us. Oh, so young and naive. So young and naive. Wonder if they're still hunting in Dantoomi. Do I want to... We'll clip that. Do something like this. Okay. Background, picture, clipboard. Move this guy up here. Okay, so that's the story of Captain Ahab. Done. I don't know if I'm going to talk about our first time seeing time dilation. PvP tournament. We want to have something there for that. Let's see. We'll go with this guy. How about this? Get rid of that guy, get rid of that guy, throw that guy there. Oops. Oh, I see it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Okay. We've got that guy. Do we want to talk about... I feel like we're going to be getting close on time. We're definitely going to be getting close on time. God, there's so many stories to tell. Maybe we do one of... Because this one will go pretty fast. That one will be relatively fast. This one will take a bit of time. This one will go relatively fast. We've talked about this. We've talked about this. We've talked about this. We got to talk about J-Space and the Book of Bob and A Nomad's Tale. Could talk about some duels in there. The one with Lerm the Slurm was pretty spectacular. We'll think about it. All right, let's get ourselves set up for a giveaway here. And we'll take a short break. We'll think about what stories we want to continue to tell in our little presentation here. And then we'll go back as well. Okay, so guys, for this giveaway, let's do hashtag FAFO classic giveaway hashtag. So throw that in the chat, everybody. We're gonna take a short break, and then we'll come back to finishing up our little presentation here. I think we'll do like one or two more stories. We're definitely gonna have J-Space and moving to Thera, I think. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm thinking about like what I want to do for pictures that kind of describe those things for us. We might talk about the Book of Bob. We probably will talk about that. And then I think that'll be the last one we talk about, because that's like the most recent thing that we've done. Nomading in the Book of Bob. I gotta think about what I want to do to kind of key that off and describe it, though. And then we'll have our sort of our final slides here, and wrap up what EVE Online is to us. And then we have to go through and animate all these things. We might do that tomorrow. We'll see. So I think the key to all of these is going to be smart animation so that it flows well and the slides build on each other really well. That'll probably be the key. I'm considering actually removing the background on all these ships and isolating them so that it's only the ship. That would be a lot of work, but we could maybe do that. All right, we'll be right back. Hopefully, we caught that ad in time before it started playing the short one and we got the normal one. Looks like it worked. Nailed it. All right. See you guys soon. Okay. I think we're back. Are we back? Looks like it. Love that. Ugh. Huh. Huh. Okay. I think I want to adjust this a little bit. Oh, Lunicus, let's go. Thank you, Lunicus. Hell yes. No more ads for Blue. Love that. Let's go with middle for this. Then we can adjust this guy up a little bit. There we go. Perfect. No more ads. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's go ahead and do a last call. Last call. FAFO. Hashtag fuck around, find out in the chat. We'll do a giveaways. Do a giveaway here. Missed the day when Mike was trying to convince you to visit the local car lot. Jesus, yeah. Yeah, the Twitch ads are kind of out of control. They kind of always have been, but... All right, let's roll this giveaway, huh? Quick update on our wormhole. There's no one here. This has to be like the quietest wormhole ever. Maybe we should go do a quick rat site before we get back. Take a short break from the presentation and go and kill some sleepers, huh? Maybe that'd be fun. All right, here we go. We're gonna roll this thing. We're rolling this thing. Different point of view with the win. Let's go. Let's go. Nice, nice. Congratulations, congratulations. Let's see. All right, we'll throw one of these guys your way. We're getting to the end of this month's skins after starting so late. Hell yeah, different. What's your in-game name? I'm having to re-memorize everybody's names. To be fair, we never have been very good at it. Alrighty. It's off. What do you guys think? It's kind of dangerous. There's a lot of wormholes in here. There's a lot of juicy rat sites, though. There are a lot of also wormholes in here. And we haven't been paying much attention, so it's probably not very safe for us to go around and try to kill rats at this point. Maybe we focus on what we're doing and stay in the shadows. Try and catch somebody else if they come in here. It's probably wise. We have learned in the past. We have learned. All right, so let's see. Let's get a couple more of these stories in here. Getting some Z's, Morty. Right on. Thanks for joining in. It's good to see you again. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. The PvP tournament, we got that one. Let's get rid of these ones that we don't need anymore. Bump, 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 bump. We got that guy. We got these guys. We got this guy. A few of the other games are working. Nice, Morty. Yeah. Yeah, we've been playing some PoE last month. We're doing a lot of Path of Exile, which is really fun. I love that, too. But happy to be jumping back into more EVE Online. Especially getting excited for FanFest. We are getting tired. I should have got a cup of coffee while we were working this. I feel like we've got good momentum. I want to keep on kind of going. And at least get a solid foundation before tomorrow. Then we can kind of finalize everything tomorrow and make it look nice and clean. But I think we've got a good flow so far for this. We're either going to go wildly overtime or not have enough time. It's always one of those two. See you tomorrow for Crisis Fun. Ooh, you guys are doing some Crisis. Nice, nice. I need to go and check all that stuff out. Let's do... Gotta go Spinny as well. Right on, right on. Quite a lot of presentation training. Absolutely, yeah. I don't know about a natural. We've got a decent amount of training as well. But 0300 always welcome to join. Got a Fitch channel. Ooh, nice, nice. Right now, no, I think that was Morty talking about when they're gonna be jamming out on some crisis stuff tomorrow. It's only 8 o'clock right now. 8:22. Nailed it. But I do feel like I should go get a cup of coffee because I am getting pretty tired. What's up, Yabo? Alrighty, let's go ahead and... What was that? Hello? Nice, nailed it. What story do we want to tell next? Made almost 400 million in 3.5 hours. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, Yabo, I feel like Yabo, you're like modding for everybody. It's awesome. Sounds like work. Yeah. Definitely is. Definitely is a lot of work. Okay, let's get this guy out here. I regret choosing this layout as our baseline for our presentation, but whatever. It's fine. It will be fine. This one I feel like needs a background. Let's grab a background for this slide really quick. Maybe this guy. Don't dig that. Yeah, it's too bright on the edges. Need a dark background. That looks okay. Let's see. So we want to get a picture that talks about wormhole space. Let's get a wormhole. That seems easy enough. Yeah. We can add this guy. Do I want to remove the background of this guy? I think so. Let's go ahead and do that. Yep, okay. What is going on, Sawdeath? 0707, how are you? We're having a wonderful time. We are working on our presentation for eFanFest. So we're working on that together. Oh my goodness. And Got another raid tonight? Oh my god. CPPC himself. Caldari Prime Pony Club. Let's go. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Gonna be seeing us there in person? Nice. Hell yeah, Sawdeath. I'm really excited. So excited. This is gonna be our very first fan fest. I mean, everything for us is a first in EVE Online right now. What is going on, Betty? What is going on? Welcome. What a timely land. Lost your Marine husband to PTSD suicide last summer. Oh, no. I'm so sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. That sucks. Yes, absolutely, Betty. Absolutely. Wounded Warrior is spectacular. One of my favorite charities. We're always raising. We always have charity going on our channel. And a lot of the time it's Wounded. Most of the time it's Wounded Warrior, which is does such good work. Genovan, thank you for the follow. EVE community and Twitch family to be there for you. Yes, dude, that's exactly what we're talking about. That's what kind of what our presentation is about. Is sort of the EVE community in large part. That's awesome. That's awesome, Betty. Again, sorry to hear that, but I'm happy that you are getting help from Wounded Warrior. 3:30 a.m. for you. Gonna lurk. Right on, Yabo. Thanks for checking in. Have a good rest, dude. 3:30 a.m. for you. That's crazy. I recommend taps too. Save your lights and water from being turned off. Oh, okay, cool. Yes, I'll check that out. Still don't have a job. Yeah. Yep. Dude, that's brutal. I'm sorry to hear that. That is a rough time. I know how it goes. Father's a Marine and Navy vet who suffered from extreme case of PTSD. Yep. Dude, it's pretty common, unfortunately. And people don't get a lot of help. Tats connect survivors and various charities that are... Ah, that's cool. Nice. That's good that they're connecting people. Okay, so... Oh, I see. Ah. Vet survivors and literally lost. Interesting. Yeah, we're working on we're giving a presentation at FanFest. It's about the new player experience, but really it's like, what is EVE Online? What does it mean to join EVE Online and the community as a new player? You know what I mean? I want to finish your presentation. Only 2 months. Yeah. Well, and Caldari Prime. It's due to CCP on Sunday. They said they needed it on by the 2nd of March. So EVE, it's online. That's right. We're gonna start off with what I think EVE Online is not, but what everybody says it is, which is spreadsheets in space. $65 and you 8 at the time. Dude, sorry to hear that, Sawdeath. Yeah, that's dude, losing your parent young is very, very rough. It is a global family, 100%, 100%. That's kind of what we're going to be presenting about is like EVE. It is online, but it's more than just spreadsheets in space, right? It's really, I think, more about the people, the community of EVE Online that you meet. Bet you $100 you're wrong. EVE Online is about people who love spreadsheets in space. Wouldn't bet against the house. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I got distracted. We're making a. He did leave me a trillionaire. That's good if that's true. Unless you mean in EVE Online. It's all over space. Yeah. We only need, yeah. But that's, I mean, really. There are different measures of wealth, right? Let's see. This is what I wanted. There we go. Whoop. Let's throw that there. And then we'll throw in the Book of Bob over here, too. Throw this over here. That looks fine. Throw that guy there. Cool, cool, cool. We can talk about wormhole space a little bit. First time fans, you have a cosplay group who's attending. Oh, Eve Vanguard. Interesting. I have not heard of that group. Eve Market was made after the NASDAQ. I am aware. Yes, CyberGig. Yes. We actually was just listening to a podcast about it the other day, which is super interesting. How do you determine your profit margins without a spreadsheet to manage the data? That's right. You do what I do, which is live a life untethered by spreadsheets. Just with free, unconditional whim and no regard for consequences. We actually do have our own spreadsheet. This is our very first spreadsheet in EVE Online. I might put a picture of it in there actually, because it did not take us long to create our own spreadsheet and link our characters to the EVE API in the spreadsheet while we were doing this to plan out what we were going to be doing for our Nomad group. We had all of our different characters and all of our skills that we were training in here to get out there. So it didn't take us too long to get to spreadsheets. Not long at all. But I will say, for many years, many years, when I was considering playing EVE Online, one of the things that turned me away from it was when I would ask people, what is EVE Online? They would say, well, it's a space simulator. There's some cool stuff that you can do. You can blow up other ships. And then if you go to the news would say EVE Online is spreadsheets in space. And they'd have all these pictures of different spreadsheets. And they'd have pictures of the marketplace up there and stuff like that. And I'd go, I don't know if that's for me. But then when I started playing EVE Online, I realized it's way more than that. And while you will get to spreadsheets eventually, it is so much more than just spreadsheets out in space. It's very unique. Okay, so we got our wormhole space story. The first time that we died in J-Space, and then deciding to become a nomad and the plan for that. So we got this guy. Moving to Thera and J-Space Nomad. We can probably incorporate that in here as well. Husband and I fell in love over corp comms while he traveled for work. That's cool. That's cool. What turned me away was M2. We plan on being at the ballroom at the Harpa in cosplay on duty. If you're down after presentation. Absolutely. We're letting guests and fellow pilots inside the PDR and actually salute the attendees. That's awesome. Yes. You're definitely going to be sore. That's cool, Saudet. That's cool. Losing $1,000 Titan and playing for hours. Yes. Oh, man. So mine's End of War stream and finally decided to join. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, we'd always wanted to play EVE Online since it released. And I'd always been kind of following EVE Online in the news. So, you know, when EVE first came out back in, 2000 and 2003, I'd wanted to play it. But none of my friends wanted to play it. And we were all playing Morrowind and a bunch of other random games, and I was in high school at the time and just didn't really have the means. Then in 2008, when I built my first PC, I wanted to look at playing EVE again. There was some stuff in the news about EVE Online, and I think it was all still subscription-based at the time. And so, in college, over summer break, just built my new PC. I built the PC to play Half-Life 2, which is just released. And I decided, I was like, I don't think I'm going to have enough time to play EVE Online. So we ended up turning away from it, and then last year we saw Down the Rabbit Hole, and I was like, you know what? I've always wanted to play it. Let's just go ahead and jump on in. So that's kind of how we got started there. Oh yeah, M2 was a battle. That's right. That's right. Brutal battle. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right, guys? Like, everybody, like, I think kind of has, like, when you think about what EVE Online is, it's all about, like, these different stories that people tell. People don't talk about EVE Online being like, yeah, it's this awesome game and you get to go and do escalation missions or go do Abyssal Dead Space stuff. It's really about the community of people that you have, the people you've met, and then, you know, all of the stuff you kind of do together when crazy stuff happens in game. That's kind of what it's all about. Yeah, now we're a nomad working in Paint 3D. Used to have a station named after. Oh, that's right. That's right. Switch it. Yeah, the Mustache Emporium. That was great. That was great. And spreadsheets. That's right. 14 years now. That's awesome. That's awesome. A glass cannon, Betty. So let's see. All right. What other stories do we want to tell? Do we want to talk about our... I don't think I really want to talk about my first time dilation. I think I will add it. I think I'll add it there. Just in case we have extra time. Because I still got to figure out how long I'm able to talk. How long this is going to take me. You know what I mean? So let's figure this out. First time dilation. Get rid of that. And then we need to pop open. Do I even have this? Do I have the actual raw footage of this still? Let's see. I don't know if I do. Oh, wait. Well, that's one. That isn't our first one. Become one with the sheet. Just don't do weird shit, right? This is kind of a cool picture. This isn't our first time dilation, but I think we'll use this. That's kind of a cool battle. Let's throw this guy over. Over here. Okay, we'll do that guy. Line that out. Oh, the charity stream, I'll do that too. The first night out, you were traveling with through Fountain, had an entire goon swarm and CFC fleet behind you as you were in your pod, trying to warn Test and Local that goons were coming. Got stuck on a bubble and got potted. Oh no. Oh, at the beginning of Fountain War. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's the other thing is like there's all these amazing stories that I had been hearing about in the news. And that was the other thing that kept kind of pulling me back in is all this crazy stuff. Like, I mean, the Fountain Wars, what is that? The one battle, there was a really famous one in the news where there were so many Titans that got lost. It's actually really close to where Steve is at, the first Titan. I'll think of it. Let's see, we got that guy. 24-hour charity stream. What do we want to have for that picture? Yeah, there are some nasty rats there. That's so true. There are some nasty rats there. We went on a grand tour of New Eden, we called it, where we went and visited all of like the famous historic places all around New Eden. And Steve was one of the last spots that we went and visited, which is pretty cool. And then Steve, the streamer from Steve's Haven, showed up there and helped us clear out the rats, and then we were able to fly right by the Titan and go take a look at it. It was pretty cool. Yes, yeah, going and visiting Steve is so much fun. Yeah, we went and saw. This is the route that we went on. You guys probably can't really see this. You have to like blow it up a whole bunch. But we started here in Jeddah. We went all the way. We started here in Jeddah, went all the way up here, around the outside of Empire Space, down over here where we saw the Eden Gate, and the big black obelisk that's over here. Went back up to see Mole and into Amar. There was some cool stuff over here. We went and saw Katya Say's statue over here. Then we jumped out into Nullsec and saw the battlegrounds that were out here, and then eventually went down and saw Steve, and then we went into Pochven and checked out Pochven, and then we went to Thera, and Thera was the last spot that we visited on our tour of all of New Eden. It was pretty sweet. Yeah, Katya and the Eve Gate are really cool. It is. I believe it is a. I believe the monolith is a shout out, an Easter egg to 2001: Space Odyssey. Yeah, Mole is amazing. I think this is probably my favorite monument in the game. That, as a new player, that really blew me away that they had put this in the game. That was spectacular to me. Let's see, the charity stream. I don't think I have any raw footage from the charity stream. Oh, that's cool, Betty. That's cool. I do have clips, though. Pink harpies. That's pretty cool. Let's go with... Let's see. We could do a snip from the stream, I guess. I wish I had set an overlay for the chair. I should have set the overlay for the charity. That would have been cool. Bought out Gita of the Galnet skins. Nice. Love breacher pods. Dude, I need to try the breacher pods. I was just looking at trying to get a what is it called? What's the new ship called? Let's see. This guy, the Cenotaph. That's right, the Cenotaph. I really want to fly a Cenotaph in J-Space. I feel like that would be a perfect J-Space ship. It's a little big, but it's down to 1.6 billion ISK, so that's not too bad. It's getting there. And then the Tholos are only 609 million ISK, so that's not too bad, but better than what it used to be a few months ago, which was like many billions of ISK, which is crazy. Currently flying that one? Oh, nice. That's cool. That's cool. Phyllis in J space. Probably have to get a Ceno soon. Nice. Yeah, I really want to try flying it. Ghost, what's going on? Welcome. I really want to try those ships out. We just barely got our skills trained enough. I was waiting on the price of the Breacher Pod skill books to come down. They were sitting at a solid 3 billion ISK for a long time. And now they finally were down enough where I was willing to actually go spend some ISK on them. So we're training up Breacher Pods as we speak. Trying to get up to 4. That's a good picture, I think. I think that will do. We'll take that for now. And let's see. Hour charity stream. We'll put this right. I don't know. Throw it in the center. There we go. Up. That'll work for that. Possibly solo PvP, yes. The DPS is manageable to my combat prowess. Yeah, the skill books are what put me off for a while too, Ghost. Exactly. Okay, so I think those are pretty much all the stories I think I want to talk about specifically. So now we need to kind of wrap this up. And we'll use that slide for it, I think. Okay, so let's ask the question again. It is people. I don't know if I'm going to put this on the slide. Community of shared stories. Let's get rid of this thing here. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should get everybody together tomorrow for like a group photo. The logistics might be kind of crazy. What do we want to do for a picture to illustrate the end of this? Let's make this a list. Let's go. Do something like this. Yeah. I feel like the Estero is like really sort of quintessential EVE Online. It is almost like a hallmark of EVE Online at this point. I don't know what you guys think. But as far as ships go, when I think EVE Online, I really think about the Estero. First in many ways. See how this looks. It's not too bad. I need to get some more beverage going here, I think. Plan on flying the Cenotaph? Yes, we do plan on flying the Cenotaph. Absolutely. We got to figure out the logistics of it, though, and make sure our skills are all good to go and everything's hunky-dory. I also got to figure out how it, like, fits into our fleet. I think it may be a little bit too big for kind of a lot of the stuff that we do in J-Space. So we'll have to see. I may try to make it work. I like to fly it for a little bit at least, just give it a try. It is a little expensive still, but I mean our Tengu's pretty expensive at this point, fully fit. I think that this slide looks okay. I think we're feeling in an okay spot. So the next step is going to be to go ahead and animate all of these slides so they all build correctly, and then do some run-throughs to make sure that the timing is right, and we can adjust how much we talk on like this slide and on this slide a lot, as well as we've got a lot of flexibility in here, so that should be okay. And then I think we'll be good to go. So I think we're probably going to do majority of that work tomorrow. So I think that's what we're going to pick up with tomorrow, probably. Maybe we'll even fly around a little bit in J-Space and maybe do some ratting and things like that. But I think this will hopefully kind of all come together as the rest of these kind of builds sort of start to work. Let's see. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead, and I think what we'll do is, let's see, for all of you guys who've just joined us, do you guys want to watch Do you guys want to watch one more run through of sort of our video that we have here to kind of end the presentation with? And then I think we'll probably call it a night. But anyway, for all of you guys who've just joined us, I think we'll run through it one more time just to make sure it all kind of flows right. So we're going to start off with, you know, kind of our premise of what we're going to be talking about. What is EVE Online? We'll obviously talk about our streamer caveat and kind of the history of us with EVE and kind of how we'd always wanted to play. Jump into how, like, the community in Twitch and YouTube and all that has, like, really made a big difference. And I just think it kind of illustrates, you know, the money we've raised for charity, and how active the community is, which is pretty spectacular. It's really unlike any other video game that I've played. We'll talk about our first impressions, and then we'll get into the stories that we have with, you know, our first day undocking with fireworks and the welcome from the GMs that are there. We'll talk about our New Eden Grand Tour and seeing all the different sites. We'll talk about Captain Ahab and the battle venture that killed us when we were trying to get Kernite and Losec for the very first time, which was pretty spectacular. I might move this slide down here. Yeah. So that was a big learning point for us, which is pretty sweet. And then we'll go into our 1v1 PvP tournament that we did. The first time we saw time dilation. We were trying to salvage all these things here, and like I think we were in like a heron. Talk about our 24-hour charity stream. Talk about our first time into wormhole space and Nomad's Tale and creating the Book of Bob. And then we'll end with a short blurb on what we think EVE Online is in 2024. And then we'll play our video. Go away, you. And I think that'll be good. Then we'll be open for questions. So, Ghost, it is a presentation on the kind of like what is EVE Online in 2024 and a new player experience to EVE Online since we just started playing in April of last year. So yeah, 2 minutes each slide plus a video. That's not too bad. Might be a little long. We may have to hide some slides and trim stuff down a little bit, but should be pretty doable. All right, so let's play this video at the very end here, and then we'll get back into this tomorrow, I think, and we'll clean up the rest of these things. Let's save these guys. We'll call this undock. Yes, that sounds fine. Be good to go. All right, so here's the video we're going to play at the very end. We'll get some feedback from you guys, too, on that. Give me what you think, kind of any last pointers for that, and then we'll clean this all up tomorrow. So this has been super fun. So here's the video we're going to play at the very end. Let's see what you guys think. All right, here we go. We got to clean up this a little bit too, so you can see. Okay, there we go. And this guy. Nice. All right. I've been wanting to play EVE Online for a very long time, ever since it came out, really. But I've always been afraid that if I were to jump into EVE, I may never get out again. We're just going to try it. We're going to dip our toe in to EVE and New Eden. We're not going to go... Hopefully we're not going to go crazy. We're going to try not to go crazy. So tonight's stream will be just a few hours, I think. Is this the gate itself? No, this is literally just a research complex. Oh. Oh, this game is awesome. We did it. We made it. We made it, guys.
Good
I
shit,
can't believe
boys.
I got that kill.
I
Oh,
think
dude,
well.
exploded.
Wow.
Nice.
A lot of missiles,
Ooh.
a couple sirens.
Hope you guys got that one
Beautiful.
on film.
Drone. It looks like maybe we switched to Hornets. Drones are out. Drones are back out. We thought he was defanged, but no. There are 2 Hornets on the field now. This could be it. Oh no way! Congratulations, Capsuleers. Congratulations. That was amazing.
Get that Oracle locked up.
It's time. It's time for us to stop accepting mediocrity. We're going to be finding a new home. Undocking from Vita, leaving it behind forever. Hold! 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 Come on! That was fun. That was really fun. We made it, everybody. We made it. Oh my god. Out of nowhere, Lerm, with no warning with the attack. How dare you, sir? How dare you? I wish there was a way I could drag all of these up to the very top at the same time. That'd be super tight, wouldn't it? Amazing. Amazing. It's 2024, everybody. We did it. 2024. Yes. It today just keeps getting better. Anyway, that's how it goes in J-Space when you're hunting. That's how it goes. The hunter and the hunted. And right when you think you're the hunter, suddenly you're the hunted again. Yes! Let's go! We fucking did it! We fucking did it! Yes! You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Legends. Absolute legends. $2,563.27 we raised tonight. That's so amazing. In one night. Oh, sends everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Remember, fly dangerous out there. All right. Well, anyway, so that's kind of our last little way to sort of end the presentation, all that kind of stuff. So, worst fear came true. Never leaving Eve. That's exactly right. That's kind of what I figured was going to happen. Unfortunately, part of the risk of jumping into Eve Online, right? So, with that, everybody, let me know if you guys have any feedback on that. And kind of what you guys think of the video or the presentation in general. I feel like we're at a decent spot for it, to talk about kind of our stories and things like that. So we'll see what CCP says about it, and what changes they want to make. And we'll have, a couple of months to potentially kind of iterate on this as we go. But we'll see what they say. We're going to send this in after we finish it up tomorrow, and be good to go. So with that, I think we're going to go get some rest. We'll be back tomorrow to hang out in J-Space a little bit and finish up our presentation. Be good to go. So hopefully we can see all you guys there tomorrow. And you can help us kind of bring this thing home before we submit it. You know what I mean? Fun video. Thanks, dude. I think so. So not too bad. All right. Well, with that, you guys all have a wonderful night. Fly dangerous out there. We'll see you guys on the next one. Jump as soon as you hit grid. Last jump for the scouting party. Then we got to scout the wormhole. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Welcome. Whoa. Let's go! Yeah! Hold. Hold. All right, here's the plan. We're going to try to burn out of this thing as fast as we can. Come on. Yes! Oh! We made it, everybody. We made it. Oh, shit. Let's go! Ha ha ha! Perfect. All right, and the DSC is on the way. We made it. Boojum. As soon as I hit grid, I'll let you know. You can work to me. Boojum. Boojum. Not and Boojum, but Boojum. That was fun. That was really fun.